from around the world, as we now have day 2 of the opening of the head-to-head challenge. This is the Continental Challenge, and we're today concentrating on the continents of Europe in the morning, and in the afternoon, Asia and Oceania. Now, I've just had a word with our first contestant, saying that she would only if she could put the letter Z in front of the name of her country, she could see how everybody else goes first. So she wants me to introduce her as Zalbania, but I think we all know really it's Albania. So let's welcome her.
Hello.
Hold on. There we are.
Hello.
There we go. So let's do it properly. Please welcome Albania.
Hello. Namaste. I'm Melona Andreitsai. I'm 25 years old, and I'm representing Albania. I think many of the girls by now, they know that I'm a very extrovert person, and I have a big smile always. And I want to say that I wasn't always like that. This came from a dark place. When I was 19, I was going through a deep depression, and I chose to turn my life upside down. At that time, I didn't know what I had. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't know what I should do. I had my friends and my family, but somehow I didn't know how to talk to them and to tell my problem. So I was going all the time alone in this. And after that period of my life, I was asking myself all the time, what's happening to me? How can I deal with this? And I decided to turn to God. And with finding God, I found myself. Now I'm a true believer, and I think everything is possible with God. At that time in Albania, when I was 19, I was a student. It was a devastating earthquake in Albania. A lot of people died. There were a lot of people who were without houses and without support. And I decided to help. And it was a family of 5 who I decided to take care of them for 3 weeks. And for 3 weeks, they stayed with me. I took care of everything. I know I wanted to help, but I didn't know that that would help me. It made me who I am today. Because at the time, when I was helping them, I was helping myself. I found my true purpose. And my true purpose, it is that I was feeling so bad all this time, and when I was helping others, I was better, just like that. When I was 20, I opened my first business. I'm an esthetician, and I work for my aesthetic center for 5 years now. At that time, I had skin problems, and I had a lot of confidence problems, and I wanted to help people to feel good with themselves, to feel better and to be the best they can. 5 years later now, we help more than 6,000 people all around the world to feel the best in their skin. I helped a lot of people in shelters, and this is my purpose. Because during the time I was talking with all those girls, and the biggest problems that I saw in Albania, it was that a lot they were in abusive marriages, and they couldn't do nothing about it because they couldn't decide to separate because of the community and how people see unmarried women and how much they needed to deal after the separation. They needed to start everything from the beginning. Most of them, they lost their children, and most of them, they didn't have any support from their own families. So I wanted to help. I decided that with my aesthetic center to create this program to help people which are women from shelters, so they can be financially free, and they can support themselves and their children. And at the time, I helped a lot of women from those shelters, which now are estheticians, and one of them has opened her own aesthetic center. And I'm so proud of her because I think this is where the true empowerment comes. At the time, I published my first book. I'm a cooker. This is my talent, and I decided to do a book with Albanian traditional cuisine. And a percentage of the book, actually half of it, all if its lifetime is going to go for marginalized women and the future projects. We did an exhibition of Mother Teresa. It was in honor of Mother Teresa, and we wanted to help marginalized women. There were 32 artists, and there were a lot of pieces of art, and with the selling, 70% went to marginalized women and the future projects. Yes, I'm so grateful for all the things that we have done until now. I wanted to do more about other communities too. So I decided to go to schools and to talk with young people for domestic violence, and to talk that they can change their life, and they can always have a place to talk and to feel safe. After that, I've helped with women with breast cancer. We did an exhibition, and we created a space for them so they can feel safe and they can feel secure. Everything free of charge, the doctors and everything. I did all of them because I think that if you start treating yourself and making yourself better, you can make better to the others too. This is not just my purpose, this is my lifestyle now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albania. And second up for Europe is Belgium.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, beautiful world. My name is Karen Jensen. I'm 23 years old, and I'm standing here today proud to represent Belgium. I just wanted to start by expressing my gratitude for this opportunity, not only to share my story, but also to have the chance to listen, because it's through listening that we learn, and it's through sharing our stories that we raise awareness. I think it's safe to say that in today's society, themes like comparison and individualism are everywhere, affecting how we see ourselves and each other. As a young girl, I felt this pressure intensely. I remember standing in front of the mirror, focusing on every flaw. In my attempt to meet the ideal beauty standards, I even resorted to starving myself to fit that narrow view of beauty. I withdrew from all my friends, and I ended up in loneliness, facing the consequences of my actions. I had to be hospitalized with an eating disorder. But it was through this difficult time that I realized happiness cannot be found in chasing a perfect image. Instead, it will leave us lost and broken. During therapy, I learned that vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. The more I opened up, the more I discovered that I wasn't alone. Many young people today are facing silent battles, and the need for open conversation has never been greater. Today, I am grateful that I went through this difficult time because it gives me resilience. But most importantly, it teaches me to find beauty in my mission, in my purpose. I started an online community where I empower individuals to become the best versions of themselves. I provide them with the latest scientific research focused on gut health, because I'm convinced there is a strong link between our gut health and our mental health. 95% of our serotonin hormone, or our happy hormone, is made in our guts. It also sparked my interests into psychology, driving me to study it so that I could better understand and help others find peace, just as I was learning to do. As Miss Belgium, I've had the privilege to become the face and to work in and with a beautiful organization called Tea Houses. There are youth therapists who share my mission. Together, we want to make a lasting change in the life of young individuals. We already helped thousands and thousands of young people, providing them with a safe space where they feel safe, where they can talk to someone whenever they feel the need to talk to someone. They already opened up more than 20 houses around Belgium, and I'm so grateful I can follow my mission. Young people are the future, and they deserve to have the chance to be listened to and to thrive and be understood. I believe we are one world, one unity, and by uplifting each other, by making time for each other, I believe we can create a beautiful world for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Belgium. Now, please welcome to the stage Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Adrovic, and I'm proudly representing my beautiful homeland, Bosnia and Herzegovina, a heart-shaped country in southeastern Europe. I'm 21 years old, and I'm a student of medicine, a science that bears witness to the miracle of life. The profession of a doctor is exactly that, a silent service to life. I come from Živinice, a town that taught me a powerful truth, that the greatest strength often begins with a small, sincere wish to be there for one another. I have been volunteering with the Red Cross for about 5 years. So my project is called Join the Red Cross because I believe that true power of youth lives in their ability to inspire change in their communities and become part of something greater than themselves, something that leaves the lasting mark. Volunteering is a quiet revolution. It happens without spotlights. It's in the moments when you leave your comfort to help restore someone's dignity. When we bring food, clothes, or basic necessities, we are really carrying a message. You are not forgotten, you are not alone. That is the true power of volunteering. And it doesn't come from wealth. It comes from a genuine heart with good intentions. This project is not only mine. It belongs to volunteers who don't fear cold or fatigue. It belongs to the people who receive hope where there used to be silence. In a world that keeps pulling us apart, volunteering brings us back together. It teaches us that the most beautiful version of beauty is one with a purpose. That's why I'm here. Learn the first aid, join the blood donation drive, promote disease prevention and healthy living, support elderly and socially vulnerable. Take part in our humanitarian actions and educational workshops. Each of these actions is more than just kind gesture. It could be the reason someone is still alive tomorrow. You may never know their name, but your actions could be the reason, could be the miracle they were praying for. At the end, the world is huge and unconquerable. We know we can't change whole world, but we can do what we can, and that's enough. I really believe in this sentence. Do what you can with what you have where you are. Let us notice that the word human has a double meaning in our mind. We are human means that we are sinful and weak. But let us be human is appeal to remind us that we are something superior, that we have higher obligations, that we have to be unselfish and humanity. Only love and kindness is the values that defy time and oblivion more than any other. Together, let's strive to create a world where helping others isn't just a choice, but a way of life, life filled with purpose, joy, and meaningful connection. The question is, should the system or people's hearts be changed? And the only real answer is both. Still, where to start? From heart, of course, if it's possible and if you know how. Let's our quiet revolution become the loudest proof that humanity still lives within all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now to the stage, we welcome Bulgaria.
Good morning. My name is Teodora Miltonova and I am from Bulgaria. I will tell you my story followed by my Beauty with a Purpose project. I was raised in Bulgaria and Bulgaria has a special place in my heart. It is a beautiful and small country and people are nice the same way as the people are in Telangana. When 16 years old, I was dreaming big and I was looking for opportunities. So, moved to London on my own and managed to settle very well. Because as a woman, I know we can do everything and I'm grateful for that. I follow my passion for science. GCSEs, I did okay. A-levels, I got A stars. University, I got a first-class honors degree. And I was working and studying both simultaneously because I needed to support myself financially. Now, I work as a cyber analyst in a financial institution. And I am surrounded by many engineers, predominantly men. And this is a trend globally. I want us to make a change. I want to see more girls following science. My purpose is to motivate more women and girls to follow science and find a career in science because as women, we can do everything. We bring innovation, creative ideas. We look into the small details. Let me give you some examples. Ada Lovelace, she is the first person who discovered codes and the programming language. Marie Curie discovered radium and polonium. Dorothy Hopkins discovered the structure of penicillin and insulin. They are amazing women, role models and inspiration for the young society. And to deliver my purpose, I support charity that opens science clubs in schools. It organizes science festivals for children and educates children in science subjects. I also support charities related to health. Very aware that to be able to make innovations work effectively and follow our dreams, first of all, we need to find mental and physical health. This is one of the reasons I also organize dance events in London to help people discover inner peace, balance, and connect with each other. I want to thank both Miss World and Telangana for keeping us healthy, safe, and leading us into this journey. It makes us who we are. And it is so inspiring to see so many women here in the police, in the hospitals, following science. Thank you for reminding us that as women, we can do everything.
Thank you very much, Bulgaria.
Thank you.
And now a warm welcome to Croatia.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tomislava Dukic and I represent Croatia at the 72nd Miss World. Croatia is a small country in Europe with 1,000 islands, rich history and stunning nature. Small country with a big heart. I have a degree in kinesiology and I'm currently studying physiotherapy. I'm very empathetic and sentimental when it comes to children, which is why my Beauty with a Purpose project is focused on them and my volunteering work in Benin, in Africa. In Benin, I volunteer in an orphanage that was created after a natural disaster. There, I experienced connection, gratitude, and pure joy found in simple things. The journey taught me that true value isn't in what we own, but what we share with others. And that freedom comes from within, through peace, understanding, and compassion for others. Well, we heard many heartbreaking stories. Some, unfortunately, were not unfamiliar to me. I had seen that before in the eyes of the children. So I want to use this moment to share a message for all those who are going through hard times, who have gone through them, and who will. Dear people, don't give up. The road to your goal is full of falls, but they strengthen you and shape you into someone who truly matters. Keep adding new colors to artwork of your life. Build your inner value system. It's the only authority you truly need to believe in. And yes, other people's opinion can matter, but yours must matter more. Celebrate. Don't overanalyze. Act. Don't judge other. Enjoy. Breathe. Love. We are given so much. Given life meaning because life becomes where we make of it. Be kind to yourself. Accept the person you are becoming. Learn to live with all your flaws and strengths that make you unique. In the end, the most important lesson I carry with me is this: true beauty isn't in what we see in the mirror, but what we leave behind. The way we walk through life with humility, humanity, empathy, compassion, understanding, gratitude. We may walk small under the stars, but our souls can rise above them. With positive vibes, with love, Miss Croatia. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Croatia. Thank you very much. Now it's the turn of Czech Republic.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Namaste, India. Hello, world. My name is Adela. I'm 22 years old, and I'm so happy to be here and represent my beautiful country, Czech Republic. I studied to become a kindergarten teacher because I love working with the children, and I also have a big passion for music, especially for piano, of course, and also for sports. During my studies, I taught swimming and worked as a fitness trainer and spending a lot of time learning about the health and movement. because it's everything fine. Oh my God.
Just hold on one moment. We'll just let you. It sounds like
That's not me, right?
a bee is stuck in the system or something. Hold on a minute. It will go. There we are. It's a mechanical thing. Don't worry. There's nothing flying through the air.
Yeah, that's me.
There we are. The bee was happy with applause.
Okay.
There we are. Now we know what to do next time. So please, again, welcome Czech Republic.
Okay. But I will continue, right? So I have always believed that taking care about our body and soul is very important. But I also believe in something even deeper, in the power of a human connection. That's why I started my Beauty with a Purpose project, connecting hearts across the generations. I worked with a Czech organization, Mezinami, in a Czech Between Us, which brings children to visit the seniors. They draw together, play games, talk, or just laugh. These visits make seniors really happy, like loved and truly seen. You know, many older people feel lonely, and I now have to ask you, can you imagine spending your last years of your life without your family or anyone to talk to? Even one small moment, just smile or child's voice can change their day. This project is very close to my heart because I grew up in a loving and supportive family, and I believe that everyone deserves love, joy, and connection. And before I finish, I just want to say something from my heart. Because every day on this journey, I'm just amazed how many strong and inspiring women are standing here with me. I'm so proud of all of you and grateful to be on this stage and sharing this moment, showing the world how that women are powerful and that we are together can be a voice for those who need it the most. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to Czech Republic. Now it's the turn of Denmark.
Hello everybody. Namaste. Hi alle sammen. It's a true honor to finally stand here today and talk to all of you. My name is Emma Heis Thomsen. I am 22 years old and I am so proud of representing my beloved country, Denmark. I grew up in a very small city called Tolne, surrounded by nature and animals. And that have learned me a lot about empathy, responsibility, and respect for all living beings. And I'm so thankful for that. My mom, with her Caribbean, Dutch, and Danish roots, have learned me about culture and diversity. And my dad's job as a forestry technician have learned me about the nature and that we have to take care of our planet. And I am so inspired of my mom's work. She every day works with children with disabilities and special needs. And that have learned me about the organization Lykkeliga, and I'm so proud of working with them today. And Lykkeliga is a Danish organization, and if I should translate it directly, it means a happy league. And Lykkeliga is an organization who works with children with special needs and make them feel that they belong, and they make a community for them and a society. Because sometimes these children with disabilities can't make this themselves, so they need some help, and that is exactly what Lykkeliga is there for, to do. And my focus is to get awareness around the world of this organization, because there's people with disabilities all around the world, and all deserve this opportunity, not only the Scandinavian countries. And why I love this organization so much is because of Christian. And Christian is the sweetest boy, and he have Down syndrome. He have lived in my house together with my family the past 10 years. And he is just like a brother for me. And it's one day a week he lived with us the past 10 years. And we have created this special bond together because of all these years, and he means so much to me. And he is a part of this organization, Lykkeliga, and I can see of him how it have developed him and grown him as a person, and that have shown me how important this work is that Lykkeliga does. And every child deserves to feel seen, loved, and to feel included. So that's what I want to tell today to all the world. I love challenging myself. I maybe think I have tried every sport. It's dancing, horseback riding, paddleboarding, and also winter bathing, actually, like a true Viking. Because in wintertime in Denmark, there is snowing and very cold. And my mom took me and my whole family one time to the water, and we tried it, and it was so amazing and very cold also. But it's very healthy for your body, and the feeling when you get up from the water is just amazing. So when you come to Denmark, you could try it. And we live very near by the water in my home country, and we love to do things together as a family with water sports and stuff like that. And I also love to do volunteer work, for example, in the local animal shelter I work, and we help the animals to get their forever home, because maybe some animals, their owner is dead or sick, or maybe they just is thrown away like trash, so we help them get their forever home without spending one day more at a shelter. I want to thank the Telangana people, because they really feel like this is my second home. From this day I was landing in the airport, it was my first time in India, but it always feels like it's my second home because of the people. So thank you so much for that. And thank you also to the Miss World organization. I'm so grateful to standing here and have this opportunity to speak to all of you. It means a lot to me. And to me, true beauty means kindness, respect, and lifting others up. And together we can create a more including world. Thank you so much.
Big thank you to Denmark. Thank you. Now it's the turn of Estonia.
Hello everyone, my name is Elisa Randma and I am Miss World Estonia. I'm a proud graduate of Estonia's leading technology university, TalTech, where I studied IT systems development. Today, I work as a software developer, bringing smart and secure digital solutions to life. I'm the proud winner of Miss World Sports. Sports, dance, thank you. Sports, dance, and a healthy lifestyle have always been a big part of my life. I'm a 3-time Estonian cheerleading champion. I've competed in the European and World Cheerleading Championships, and I'm the team captain of TalTech Cheerleaders show team. To achieve all of this, I train with discipline and consistency, because being an athlete demands both strength and focus, physically and mentally. My mother works in an orphanage. It's because of her I've had a deep connection with children in orphanages for years. It's through that connection and seeing their everyday needs that the idea and the desire to help formed. Often, we're all caught up in our own busy lives, thinking about our own well being, and even when we do have extra time, money, resources, or clothes we no longer wear, we don't really know how and where to help. That's why I decided to connect my passion, my purpose, to my field of studies and work. I created a nonprofit and built an online platform that gathers together the real specific needs of orphanages across Estonia, whether it's food, financial support, school supplies, or yes, even that warm jacket at the back of your closet. I believe that this initiative has the potential to grow much further than Estonia. It can be adapted to different cultures, needs, and languages, because the desire to help is universal. I often say that misses are not just walking mannequins, we're voices for something greater. My mission is to inspire young women to dream bigger, especially in the fields we're still in the minority. I want to prove that beauty and purpose go hand in hand. I live by a simple motto: just be better. A reminder to always strive for growth, improvement, and a better version of yourself each day. I hope it inspires others to dream big and chase their dreams, and help the less fortunate to chase their dreams as well. And let's not underestimate the power of small actions, because sometimes just one share, one donation, and one voice can spark a real change. And I invite you to be a part of that change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Estonia. Thank you very much. And congratulations once again on your victory in the sports. Now, let's welcome Finland.
Hello, everybody, and good morning. Namaste, India. My name is Sophia Singh, and I'm proudly representing the incredible land of 1,000 lakes, Finland. Finland is a place where silence speaks volumes, where education and equality are part of our everyday lives. It's a place where simplicity and honesty are treasured. I grew up in a very multicultural home with two cultures, Finnish and Indian. And that has shaped me into the woman I am today, with resilience, compassion, and curiosity. I believe that strength lies in diversity, and kindness is a universal language. I hold a bachelor's degree in business with a minor in marketing, and hopefully during the next year I will be pursuing my master's degree as well. At the moment, I work in technology startups, and I work in marketing and PR, where I get to work with brand building, storytelling, and building meaningful connections. I'm honored to be here today, not only as Miss World Finland, but as a person who believes in the world of compassion and human connection. Growing up in Finland, I was always taught to respect and care for those who came before us. As a young girl, I spent time at our local caring homes with my mother volunteering. And it was then where I realized and saw how our seniors face loneliness and isolation. I carry a mission close to my heart: to uplift and support the elderly through intergenerational links, connections, and care. I believe every voice deserves to be heard. Kultainen yhteys, Golden Links, was born from a simple truth: that everybody, no matter their age, gender, or beliefs, deserves to be heard, valued, and loved. This project brings younger and older generations together. We visit care homes, not just to volunteer, but to truly connect. We talk, we listen, we play, we laugh, and sometimes we just sit there in silence, just to be present. These moments may seem small to you and me, but to one person, they may mean the world. Now, let me ask everybody in the audience a question, and I want you to really think about it. Why is it that when we are children and we are younger, our grandparents, our elderly loved ones, they're there for us, they care for us, they provide for us, they feed us, they give their own time and love for us. But when it comes to their time, we don't seem to have the time. We can't seem to find it from the calendar saying maybe in a month, maybe in 2, don't know. We don't know until it's too late. Time is the most valuable gift you can give anybody. To me, beauty is about empathy, courage, and staying true to who you are in your beliefs and your goals and dreams. And I'm proud to walk this journey with kindness, purpose, and love. Our elders have given us so much, and now it's our turn to give back, not with money, not with tangible things, but with our time, our present, our hearts. Let us be the golden links that connect the past, the present, and the promise of a kinder future. Thank you, Dhanyavad.
A big thank you to Finland. Now, bonjour. Bonjour, Mademoiselle France. But I think she's doing it in English.
Yes, I will try. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I just want to apologize for my English because it's not my mother language. And for me, it's very difficult to speak in English, but no, it's okay. As you know, French people, we don't have a very nice accent, so I will try to do my best for you today. My name is Agathe Coe. I'm 26, and I'm very proud of representing my country, France. I'm a very sensitive person who loves to help others. And what inspires me the most in life is the strength of sick children and the devotion of medical team who help them. Today, I want to share with you my own story and explain why my Beauty with a Purpose is about sick children and pediatric cancer. So when I was a teenager, something strange happened to me. My belly was swollen and I didn't understand why. Why I didn't have a waist like other girls. So I tried many things to hide it. Suck it as I could, tighten it with a belt, and nothing changed. So one day, I spoke to my parents about it. We went to see a doctor. Sorry. And I received the diagnosis. I had a 9 kilos borderline tumor on my right ovary. I was only 17, and it was the hardest moment of my life because I heard a lot of scary words like chemotherapy, cancer, stomach. And as my parents say, this French sentence, j'ai eu de la chance dans ma malchance. It's mean in English, I had a bit of bad luck. Oh, sorry. I had a bit of luck in the middle of bad luck. And it's true, because with the surgery, my entire tumor removed. But I lost my right ovary and my fallopian tube too. And now I have thank you. Now, I have 7 centimeters of scar on my belly button. It's my biggest insecurity today. Thank you. It's very hard for me to speak about that, but thank you so much. Thank you. But, yes, now I'm still alive and I survived, and that experience changed me forever. And after that, I knew that I wanted to become a nurse, to help others, and to give back the love that I had received. After Miss France, my life changed and I had new opportunities, but my commitment has never changed. Today, I'm president of 2 associations in France, Sécu du Bonheur et Jeune Espoir. We bring support, joy to sick children and their families in hospital. And for me, this action can make a big difference. Because when you are sick, you feel scared and alone. And helping, giving your time, giving your love, can give them hope. For me, beauty with a purpose is turning your pain into strength, using your voice, your story to inspire others, and showing that after the storm, there is light. Thank you so much. Sorry.
A big round of applause for Miss France. Thank you for inspiring us. Please welcome Germany.
Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Guten Morgen and good morning everyone. A few days ago, we were at the Telangana police station, and I think we were all very impressed with what we saw. And I thought to myself that no one in my country, Germany, would expect high-tech video surveillance in India. Everything that they've seen about this country is the movie Slumdog Millionaire. They know India's story of poverty, but they don't know India's story of technology and innovation. This is what Chimamanda Adichie calls the single story in her famous TED Talk, and I think you all must have encountered it during your life. All Europeans are cold-hearted. All Latinos love to dance. All Asians are good at math, and countries like Africa. Of course, not all Europeans are cold-hearted. I have Latino friends that don't like to dance. I know Asians that are not good at math. And Africa is not a country, but a continent with 54 countries and a big natural and cultural diversity. Yeah. Every place and every person has more than one story. Stories matter. As Yuval Noah Harari points out in his book Sapiens, they are what shapes society. And the danger of a single story is that it leads to discrimination, hatred, and war. And this is what we can see in our world nowadays. And with the problems that we face, poverty, climate change, technology, we cannot afford to work against each other. We have to work together. This is what my Beauty with a Purpose project and my life is actually about. My name is Silvia Döre Sanchez, and I am an educator and a storyteller. I come from a multicultural family. My dad is German, my mom is Spanish, so intercultural cooperation has always been a part of me. When I was 17, I went on a high school exchange year in Brazil, and that year changed my life because I realized that the single story I had been told about Brazil was wrong, and that there were indeed so many different stories about Brazil. Since that time, I've made it my mission to explore different places and break down stereotypes. I've learned 15 languages and I've lived in 9 countries. Many of them are considered dangerous countries, and people advise me not to go there. But I believe that every country and every culture deserves a chance. And I want to prove that the people over there are also just normal humans like you and me, with the same fears and the same dreams. I've also been volunteering with different organizations for the past 11 years on the globe, mainly in the field of children's education, because I think that education is the most powerful tool that we have to change society. Even at Miss World, we get the chance to challenge the single story narrative about the host country and also among ourselves. And I think that some of you must have already broken down some stereotypes or had their own stereotypes broken down. Because let's face it, we all have single stories about places and people that we don't know. And it's our duty to educate ourselves and the people around us. And that's the message that I would like to deliver today. We're all storytellers. Once you go home, you too will tell a story. So what are you going to be talking about? Which stories are you going to tell? About us, the other contestants, about our countries, and about India. I have been living beauty with a purpose for 11 years now, even before I entered or knew about pageantry, and I'm going to continue to do so even afterwards. I found my purpose at the age of 17, and I couldn't be more grateful to share it with all of you today. And I would like to finish this speech with a Sanskrit text that was used for the 2023 G20 summit, which was hosted in India. Vasudeva Kutumbakam. One earth, one family, one future. Thank you. Dhanavad. Shukriya. Dankeschön.
Thank you very much, Germany. Now it's the turn of the mighty island of Gibraltar.
Namaste, India. Hello, world. My name is Shania Bayeste, and I'm honored to represent my small but mighty country, Gibraltar. Back at home, I wear many hats. I'm currently working in the primary care centre under the Gibraltar Health Authority in this admin sector, ensuring that the best quality of life is provided for the vulnerable patients. Aside from that, I teach modelling to younger kids at a local studio, which I find truly inspiring to see such young souls with a big dream. But my biggest passion yet has to be music. It's a way of releasing emotions, a way of connecting with something deeper. And the song that I sang in talent was actually passed down by my mother. We'd sing this song at our weakest moments. So having the opportunity to sing it at the Miss World platform felt like sharing a piece of my soul. So thank you very much. But beyond what I do, who I am truly matters. I believe in staying authentic, staying true to yourself. Although you might seem or put in a position
Thank you.
In a world where you might expect to be fitted in a mold, I carry my values, the truth, and my stories. One of the most important people in my life is my little sister. She reminds me to be a person that younger people look up to. Not because I'm perfect, but because I'm real. I've faced my own struggles. I live with anxiety. And that doesn't stop me from being here today. Every time I see a camera, every time I step on stage, my heart drops. But I've learned that courage isn't about not being scared. It's about standing above the occasion and despite the fear. This is what drew me to my beauty with a purpose, mental health. It is something that is close to my family and has shaped me the person I am today. My grandmother, Julie, has suffered from mental health issues all her life. And at a young age, I didn't quite understand. I wasn't educated. I was scared. But seeing her resilience and strength made me the person I am today. I'm standing here for her. She is my purpose. Aside of that, my mother is a big part of my journey. She's actually a victim, but a survivor of physical and sexual abuse of a care home. But above that, she has risen up and faced all obstacles, which is truly inspiring me still to this day. My ambition is to use my voice to make sure everyone is seen and heard. It's not about gaining the crown. It's not about being Miss Gibraltar. It's about what I do with the role. And if standing here today makes one of you watching this feel a little less alone, then what I'm doing is worthwhile. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gibraltar. There we are. Now, please welcome Greece.
Hello world, esteemed judges, and my fellow contestants. My name is Stella Michailidou, I'm 23 years old, and I'm proudly and obviously representing my country Greece. Greece is not just my home, it is the birthplace of ancient civilization, democracy, philosophy, mythology, and it is also the world's top travel destination. And since I arrived here, I felt very proud to see how much you people love Greece and really want to visit. So standing here in India, a land of equally rich heritage and history, I feel deeply honored to build this cultural bridge based on same values we have about love for family and respect for traditions and hospitality. And before I start introduce myself further, I would like to express my great gratitude to be here because this journey for me is about growth and empowering younger generations far beyond the competition. So I come from a warm and loving family where I was constantly encouraged to express myself through art and music. And teaching myself to play the piano became a greatest form of escape. And as a dancer performing on stage, I've learned the true meaning of discipline, teamwork, and perseverance. I graduated from Aristotle College, where I firstly learned the value of volunteerism. And now I'm currently studying business administration. Um, um, sorry, developing leadership skills, and modeling has been my main career and my greatest passion. Even though I haven't faced extreme hardship myself, I don't have a personal story to share with you, but I'm here to listen, understand, and stand beside everyone who have with kindness, empathy, and respect. However, I come from a small country where dreams are often bigger than the chances we are given. But one thing I know for sure is that one dream shared with love can light 1,000 others. Miss World to me is a mission to stand up for every girl who dares to dream, for every child that has to be free to learn and live their full potential. So my Beauty with a Purpose project is called Emotions in Motion, and it is inspired by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, focusing on human rights with emphasis on women's empowerment and the protection of children. I actively support the campaign I'm beautiful, but hashtag I'm not a doll, which is an artistic and social movement founded by Greek sculptor Riona Paraskeva, and through this collaboration we promote self-worth, authenticity, and freedom from the stereotypes that limit us. I also take part in empowerment web seminars held by WINELAS, which means Women in Need, deepening my understanding of troubles and struggles women face due to abuse and social exclusion. So, as a national title holder, I feel the honor to speak up and stand for safety, dignity, and equality for every human being. And I'm honored to use my voice to amplify these messages because this is what my reign stands for. It's not just a personal achievement, it is an opportunity to give back and contribute. And as Mahatma Gandhi said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. And I'm determined to live that truth every day through my actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Greece. And now we welcome Hungary.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Katzenbach, and I'm really glad that I can represent my country, Hungary. Firstly, I want to introduce myself a little bit. I grew up in a countryside, but currently I live in the city center of Hungary, Budapest. I live alone, and living alone has taught me a lot of things. I wasn't always this positive. I used to have a negative mindset. And because I just keep postponing things. So I will do it someday. I will go someday. I will see someday. And I always say someday. So after I graduated in commerce and marketing, and I also completed any other courses, I realized that I don't want to live like this anymore. I just stuck in a cycle. I want experiences. I want having fun. I want to get to know people because I love to connect with new people and new relationships. And I also want to use my voice to reach good things in life. So that was a really hard thing, but I absolutely changed my whole mindset. And that was the point when I decided to try myself here at Miss World. And this is one of the best decisions of my whole life. So I didn't mention yet, but I have a brother who is 3 years older than me. And by the time I was born, he was still in the hospital because her tear duct hasn't cleared properly. So he has issues with it and kept having problems with it. After it had to operate it, but I think we can't blame a child for 2 reasons: where they born and what illnesses they have. And I'm sure that for children, these weeks and months, what are they spend in a hospital, are a very big trauma. So this is the point where my Beauty with a Purpose comes in, that I had the pleasure to partnering up with Amigos for Children Foundation, which is a Hungarian non-profit organization, and they supporting hospitalized children who going through medical treatments with volunteer work. I also had the pleasure that I could be a volunteer. Anyway, an amigo is usually a university student. I'm not a university student anymore, but they allowed me to do this. And our mission is to bring joy, motivation, and companionship in a children's life who are in a hospital long term. So I became their goodwill ambassador, but I really want to help them in another way as well. So I thought money would be the best option because the foundation also made toys and learning cards for them. And with the money I raised, we can pay for this. I believe that we should pay more attention to children's mental health because what they go through as a kid can affect their lives later. So this is my Beauty with a Purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hungary. the Emerald Isle, takes to the stage. Welcome, Ireland.
Good morning to you all, and thank you for your time today. My name is Jasmine Gerhardt, and I represent Ireland. I stand here today full of emotions, hearing all your stories of triumph, success, failure, love, and strength. The strongest emotion that I'm feeling today, though, is gratitude. I am so grateful to be here today. I'm grateful for having a family back home that support me and love me and have made me the person that I am today. I am flawed, I am vulnerable, I am strong, but that's what a human is all about. I was raised in a middle-class family with my mom, my dad, my brother, and my half-sister, surrounded by aunties and uncles and cousins, and a sea full of love. Family to me means everything. I was just 6 years old when my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and she fought bravely, but it was ultimately my grandparents who raised me. Specifically, my granddad. He was someone who taught me to read, to write, to tell the time, and to dream beyond the walls that I called home. It was in these quiet moments that I found my love for literacy, learning, and education. My father, who worked tirelessly to give us opportunities that he never had, especially when it came to education being one of those things, enabled me to attend and graduate from college. I was the first person in my family to get a degree, to go to college, and to come out with a master's in human rights and a law degree. I always felt the need to help, whether it be big or small, with friends and family. So education was what I knew, and I started there. My Beauty with a Purpose Dream in a Box is a literacy kit that consists of different items to learn, to read, to write, and to dream. It's been integrated into classrooms all over the world, in Zimbabwe, in Africa, in classrooms in Ireland, and beyond. I've travelled with the United Nations to refugee camps on the Syrian border, where I've heard stories of women who walked barefoot from a war zone with their children to find safety. In South Africa, last November, I built schools with the Nile Mellon Trust and literacy hubs for children in need. And I remember meeting an amazing man in a shanty town who told me the only thing that he could feed his children that day was a spoonful of water and sugar. And what kind of man was he in God's eyes if he couldn't provide for his family? His pain fueled my resolve. And because of this, when we opened these schools, we weren't just building schools, we were building hope. We were building a foundation for kids to be educated and dream. Last March, as an ambassador for the Hope Foundation, a charity based in Calcutta in India, I witnessed children living on train tracks, watching trains pass them as their dreams slipped away. I've been lucky enough in life to travel to dozens of countries, and one thing that I've learned and experienced is how deeply we all are connected as humans and how we all long for a chance. My advocacy and my passion is literacy and education, and it is something that I will champion forever. I'm dedicated my life to make things even a little bit better for anyone around me. I'm on a path of becoming a human rights lawyer, and this is my work, this is my life, and this is my purpose till the day I no longer have a breath on this earth. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you, Ireland. And we're looking forward to some performances from you, I think, in talent, as we are from our next young lady who is going to speak. This is Italy.
Good morning. Becoming Miss World Italy has been an immense honor. It has given me the opportunity to carry out incredible projects that have allowed me to grow and brought me closer to unimaginable realities, places in need of support, kindness, and love. My name is Chiara Esposito. I am 21 years old, and I'm a professional dancer. I come from a family that taught me the importance of values, kindness, empathy, and the power of helping others. My Beauty with Purpose project was born from the desire to bring hope and smiles, to give something more, to create connection that truly touch my heart. Along this journey, I have had the privilege of visiting various communities, retirement homes, where I shared moments of deep joy with the elderly, pediatric hospitals, where I participated in clown therapy, experiencing unforgettable moments. It was astonishing to realize that they gave me far more than I could ever give them. But my main project is with Polo Sanitario La Filanda in Sarno, where I have the privilege of spending time with the children with various disabilities. With them, I have introduced recreational activities such as ceramics and painting, but above all, dance, the discipline to which I have dedicated my entire life, and which has the power to transform and heal. Dance is our universal language, a way to express emotion, overcome difficulties, and connect with the others. For children with disabilities, it is a true form of therapy with visible effects. Every step, every movement helps improve their coordination, balance, rhythm, and body awareness, fostering psychological well-being, stimulating the brain, uplifting the spirits, and breaking down barriers. They learn to express their emotion, share joy and hope, and form deep bonds with one another. Every step they take is proof that dance, music, and art have the power to elevate us and connect us in a universal embrace that reaches the soul. Every project, big or small, contributes to making a small part of the world a better place. And if each of us does our part, many small parts of the world can change for the better. I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to be part of this initiative and to witness firsthand the positive impact we can have on people's lives. But beauty with purpose is so much more. It is the power of believing that each of us, with love and determination, can change the world. It is the awareness that, even in the darkest moment of history, like the one we are living through now, hope must never die. It starts with me, with all of us, we can change the world. Every smile we give, it's a small step forward. Every action we take is proof that our commitment makes a difference. And together we can truly build a world more beautiful than the one we found. We must never give up. We must believe in it. Let's restore beauty to the world, and the world will become a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Italy. Please welcome Latvia.
Good morning, world. My name is Maria Elizabeth Mishurova, and I'm really honored to represent my beautiful country, Latvia, especially at 17 years old. I'm one of the youngest contestants here, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity. And today, I would like to share my story and open my heart. Music has always been an inseparable part of my life. I have been on stage for over 10 years now, and today I'm working as a vocal teacher in the music school where I once started my journey. But it's our talent music school, it's not only about music or notes, it has really big heart. Together with the like-minded people from my music school, we created a charity organization called Music Heals Soul, where we organize a benefits concert to support people, children battling cancer. So every performance, it's not just a song, it's a piece of love, support, and soul. I grew up in a wonderful and loving family. My parents and my brother, they are the strongest my supporters. They believed in me even that I didn't. And they gave me strength and inspired me to dream boldly, to keep going. And it's only thanks to their faith that I am standing here today. But as I grew older and started performing in orphanages, I understand that not every child has that. So this realization really touched me deeply. And now I'm going regularly to social homes, to orphanages, to learn children music, not just as a subject, but as the way of self-expression. I feel a special connection with them through the music, and I strongly believe that music can heal, and I can share this healing power of music. Even here at Miss World contest, my mission stays with me. For a talent show, I prepared not just a song, but a message for them who don't have support and go by their own. It's gonna be a quiet reminder that together we can rise up and move mountains. So I'm also very grateful to Miss World team for give a woman an opportunity to share our story and to share the world that it's the beauty is not only about how you look, but also what do you do. And with kindness and with heart, I strongly believe that we can make this world a brighter, better, and peaceful place. This is my voice, this is my journey, and this is my heart. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Latvia. Definitely the start of your journey if you're 17. Right, our next contestant is Malta.
Lodwa tajba l-kulħadd. Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Kutayar, and I am a 25-year-old psychology graduate with a master's in teaching and learning and almost a master's in psychotherapy because I will actually be missing my finals during the final night of Miss World. I work as a teacher and a therapist, and I also volunteer at different animal shelters as well as at an NGO where I teach single mothers and abused women about emotional skills and assertiveness. I feel privileged enough to say that I was born and raised in what some might say a traditional family, which is very close-knit, and I was loved unconditionally, and I never wanted or needed for anything. And when I was a child and I misbehaved, which, if you ask my mother, was quite often, my parents always reprimanded the behavior, but they never took away their love. In fact, even standing here in front of all of you makes me emotional, as I've been throughout my whole journey, because I recognize that none of this would have been possible without their unwavering support. But how many people can honestly say all of this? How many people can honestly say that throughout their life they have experienced unconditional love and acceptance? This is definitely not the reality of the inmates that I work with. Their reality is one where they have worked tirelessly to change their lives, yet society refuses to accept them. Doors remain closed, and opportunities fade before they even begin, because they are judged not for who they are, but for what they once did. My goal as Miss World Malta was simple: to bridge the gap between society and the ex-offenders by fostering understanding. At the rehabilitation and reintegration program that I work with, we give our offenders essential life skills that most of us perhaps take for granted, such as cooking and cleaning, basic hygiene, and even using new technologies. But beyond survival, we also give them a purpose through employment, volunteering, and overall helping them feel that they are part of a community. My role as a therapist is to give them a safe space where they can be vulnerable, to explore who they are,
because it is only once they accept themselves as they really are that they can decide to implement the changes that they see necessary to live a better life. But changing one person is not enough. The world must also change its perspective. In fact, studies show that ex-offenders who feel that they are accepted by society are much less likely to reoffend. And because of this, we also teach the general public about the various life situations that most of these inmates often face. I have worked with all kinds of crimes, from murders and sexual assault to blackmail and fraud. And the one thing that I have found to be most in common with all of them is never having experienced unconditional love and acceptance, especially throughout their childhood. And in fact, this makes me think of my very first client. He was a 35-year-old male who was abandoned by his mother at 13 years old. She was struggling with a very severe drug addiction, and she cast him out at the request of her partner. Homeless, alone, and afraid, this little boy had to make bad choices that were born not out of malice, but out of the will to survive. So how long must this little boy be punished? At which point do we, as a society, decide to extend our hands instead of turning our backs? Miss World stands for beauty with a purpose that transcends all crowns and titles, because true beauty lies in kindness, in second chances, and in believing that no one is beyond redemption. I believe no one is born bad. They are simply changed by the life situations that they face. And when they find the courage to change, we must find the courage to embrace them. It is only when we accept, uplift, and love each other unconditionally that we create a world where hope is not just imagined, but it becomes real. Thank you. Grazie ħafna.
Thank you very much. And now we move to Moldova.
Hello world, namaste. My name is Angelina and I'm representing Moldova. Where I came from, people don't dream of changing the world. They dream of surviving it. Difficult childhood, farmer's family, small village, taught me the importance of kindness, hard working, and discipline. But I always had a big dreams. I'm only 22 years old, but now I'm reached more than I can imagine as a little girl. I create beautiful spaces. I'm interior designer, gym owner, and fitness coach, helping women discover their power and confidence, being strong not just outside but inside too. I speak French and currently learning Italian for my work, but my biggest passion is fashion. I'm preparing for studying in the Paris University. I want to be a clothing designer, and I've already taken my first steps. My national costume at Miss World opening ceremony has been made by my own sketch. As each of us, I have a dream to create a world where every woman can feel safe, seen, and free to live. Because women, they're like the flowers of our planet. If you water them, they bloom. If you hurt them, they die, they fade, and everything around is dying too. And this is my purpose, to support, to protect these beautiful flowers. In Moldova, many women still suffer domestic violence. Last year, more than 16,000 cases reported. In rural areas, the situation is even worse because nowhere to go, no shelter, no support, nothing, just silence. We all have our own pain, but someone can talk about it, someone are not. But I have my team. Someone is doctor, someone is psychologist, someone is lawyer, but together we are doing important things for my country. Our goal is to grow into a shelter where women can start again. In Moldova, domestic violence is not just a statistic, it's a silent epidemic. Because abuse destroys not just the body, but the soul, leaving women and children without future. I've already helped several families, and I'm proud that people started repeat it after me. And how can be powerful just voice? Miss World stage is the opportunity to turn our voices into millions. I'm stressed, I'm nervous, but I know that I'm doing something important right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Moldova. Can we now please welcome Montenegro?
Hello world, my name is Andrea Nikolic and I proudly represent Montenegro. In fact, today is Montenegro's Independence Day, so I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate to all people of my country. Thank you. I'm a law student and an active member of European Law Students Association. Besides law, one of my greatest passions is literature. And that's why I'm so deeply honored to be here, in the land of the greatest Rabindranath Tagore, a Nobel Prize winner for literature, in the land of the greatest wisdom sources, Ramayana and Mahabharata. I write columns about negative norms that are imposed by our society on women. I write about how often they get objectified and expected to raise their families on their own. I portray women and strong gender, and with an incredible strength of bringing new life to the world. However, my columns do not spare anyone. So with the rise of social media, I noticed all the negative impact it has on young women. So I want to share the values I deeply believe in, especially naturality, in both contexts of appearance and behavior. I believe naturalness is the gift we all receive by birth. Yet, many of us fail to appreciate it. So we change how we look through cosmetic procedures. We change how we behave in order to fit in. And then what happens? We become one of the many identical products of industry that profits of women's insecurities. Authenticity requires a great strength of character and courage, and only women who are brave, wise, and have a great strength of that character truly hold the power of beauty. So ladies, wisdom is our greatest tool, besides men, of course. As a student of generation, I deeply believe in the power of education. Rabindranath Tagore believed that education liberates. Socrates knew that he knows nothing. And I know that education is not about knowing everything. It's about exploring, searching for the truth, and self-discovery. Just as Gandhi believed in Satya, the power of the truth. I also believe that true satisfaction comes from the learning that, from controlling our ego. I realize that ego is projection of our insecurities, so I deeply appreciate humility and strength of the character it takes to control our ego, to resist its temptations and to use it in our own advantage, except
instead of being its servant. But what shaped me the most was growing up with a father who was a person with a disability. Through his experience, I witnessed all the challenges people with disabilities face, from not being able to get proper education, their talents being overlooked, and there have been many examples of children with disabilities being hidden away by ashamed parents. That's why I started this project, The Power of Inclusion, with a special focus on women with disabilities, as they face double discrimination based on their gender and based on their disability. I promoted sports, Paralympic sports, through wheelchair basketball and started an initiative through which we made over 100 institutions across Montenegro accessible. And through many other activities, I want to share the true meaning of inclusion. Because inclusion is not helping a person with a disability, especially without asking or without notice. And inclusion is not employing a person with a disability and giving them easier tasks or overlooking their mistakes. Inclusion is not removing barriers within a person with a disability or expecting them to adapt to society. True inclusion means removing barriers in society so that every person could feel included and accepted. And I believe that aim is reachable. If we nurture the values Gandhi promoted, if we spread the wisdom of Ramayana and Mahabharata, and greet each day with smile and positive energy, the world shall be a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Montenegro. Can we now please welcome Netherlands?
Good morning, everyone. Did you know that over 700 million people still lives on less than $190 a day? This stark of reality of poverty is something that we can no longer ignore. And this is one of the reasons that I'm standing here today, to raise my voice. My name is Jane, I'm 90 years old, and I'm incredibly proud to represent the Netherlands here at Miss World. The Netherlands is known for its tulip fields, its windmills, the multicultural society, and stroopwafels, which I really love. I have a very close bond with my parents and my sister. I am a student in the influence of psychology. This is because I'm very fascinated about the human's mind, how we feel, how we connect, and how we think. Besides that, I'm also a figure skater, and I think that really shaped me to the person that I am today, because it taught me resilience, but also discipline. Now I would like to introduce you a little bit more about my Beauty with a Purpose project, Empower Hope. Although I support all sustainable development goals, my main focus is on SDG 1, no poverty, and SDG 4, quality education. This is because these are causes that are very close to my heart because of a remarkable woman in my life, my grandmother. My grandmother worked for over 25 years in a homeless shelter, not only offering a roof above people's heads, but also dignity and hope for those who need it most. Her passing earlier this year has inspired me even more to carry on her legacy, and I hope I will make her proud. Because we still live in a world where inequality still exists. While some of us has maybe even more than they need, there are still so many people who live and struggles because they cannot meet their basic needs. And this is injustice. And I think that together we can create a world where this is no longer the case. I am an ambassador of Let's Do Goods. It's a socks company that gives back. For every purchase, they give a pair of socks to the homeless. And I even got the opportunity to design my own pair of socks, which I'm very honored about. In addition, I've worked with children from underserved communities. It's amazing and so special to see that with just basic fun activities such as maybe skating, and we even organized a small pageant, their faces really brightens up, and that's just so special to me. I also have a collaboration with the SLF Foundation, which is a foundation that is focused on poverty in the Philippines. Besides that, I've also raised 20,000 euros for relief efforts in Turkey, knowing that this money will be used for education. But I did all of this with just one goal: empowering people to build better lives for themselves. Because Miss Beauty with Purpose is more than just a slogan. It's about using our platforms, our voices, and our hearts to make a real difference. And I cannot change the world on my own. And I would love to, but that's just not the case. But I'm trying my hardest best, and it's just a quick reminder that every small action can make a big difference on someone's life. And this is why I stand here today, not only to share my story, but also to inspire all of us to take part of the change. Because I believe that together we can create a world where no one is left behind and everyone has the opportunity to succeed. Thank you for listening to my story, and thank you for supporting my mission to make this world a better place.
And thank you, Netherlands, for making it a better place. Thank you. And now we welcome Northern Ireland.
Hello everyone, Namaste world. I am Hannah Johns. I am your Miss Northern Ireland, and I am a small country. I'm from a small country in the UK, Northern Ireland, and that is not just my story. I'm also a shy girl. Entering Miss Northern Ireland was one of my biggest fears, but honestly, I was so glad I overcome that. My twin sister was the one that pushed me to do this, and without her, I wouldn't be here today. I'm so proud of who I've become, because I'm not only a voice for myself, but a voice for my patients at home and for all kidney patients around the world. And thank you for Miss World for giving us this opportunity to speak on kidney awareness. I'm from a multicultural family. I'm half Canadian and half Northern Irish. My dad has also represented his country in rugby, and he's not only taught me how to be a leader, to lead by example, but also you don't need to be the loudest voice in the room to make an impact on people. And I really hope he's proud today. I have an identical twin sister, as I've said, and she is my biggest inspiration. We both have helped each other grow throughout our whole lives, and I'm so proud to have had a twin sister, and I wish everyone has one. Unfortunately, that cannot be the case, but it's just the biggest blessing in my life. So I'm here to talk about my passion. My vocation is renal nursing. I've been working as a renal nurse for 3 years, and it has honestly been such a joy to my life to have this vocation. Kidney disease is an incurable illness, and treatment is very harsh and very scarce. Dialysis, you have to go 3 times a week for 4 hours. It is a very painful procedure as well. People are exhausted, have no energy. Also, hope is a very scarce thing as well, because transplant lists are long. People aren't able to be perfect matches. So people wait for years and years to get an opportunity of a second life. Globally, this is a big issue as well. The World Health Organization has deemed by 2040 that it's going to be the 5th leading cause of death by 2040. So this is a big issue. And 850 million people today live and are affected by kidney disease. So my beauty with a purpose is to empower the future. So I am an ambassador for Northern Ireland Kidney Research Fund, and with that we work with research fellows to dedicate resources to causes like genome technology to see if there's genes in patients that we can take out and stop genetically caused kidney disease. There's loads of different researchers that are advancing kidney treatments here today. And where I am in Northern Ireland, it is the centre of excellence for living donor transplants. And that's the field which I work in. And I'm very proud of that. And that's all down to our amazing nephrologists and consultants like Ashley Courtney, who's spearheading this. So within kidney research, I've been doing fundraising campaigns. Not only that, but community events with renal patients, because it's not only a physical illness, it's a mental illness. Chronic illnesses are with you lifelong. So having a community of people that you can talk to and talk about your journey and talk about all the issues that you have is just, it's so necessary for our patients. I've also been a guest speaker in schools because it's not only the generation that have kidney disease now, but it's the younger generation that need to know about preventative measures and stuff like that to help them being better informed in their future. I've also met with government officials, which has been an incredible experience to get this platform to be able to do that, to have better health campaigns and health awareness in our country, and hopefully using this global platform, this can spread awareness around the world, not only just in my wee country. It is very important for me to be a voice for the voiceless, so thank you so much, Ms. World, for this opportunity. In conclusion, I believe in a world where we lift each other up, where girls are encouraged to speak proudly, where quiet strength can be a voice for change. From hospital wards to the Miss World stage, I'm ready to lead this charge. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Northern Ireland, if you go down that staircase and come up this staircase, we can pretend it's your twin. No, get two goes, 2 bites of the cherry. Thank you, well done. Now please welcome North Macedonia.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. My name is Charna Nevzati, and I am honored to represent the Republic of North Macedonia on the Miss World global stage. I am 20 years old, born and raised in Skopje, and currently a law student at Justinianus Primus Law School in Skopje. I am also a model and a public speaker, and I had the privilege of winning the Ivo Puhan oratory competition, where I had the ability to speak about who pays the price of war and terrorism. And sadly, I think we all know the answer to that question, and that is innocent people, innocent lives being taken away. Truly an experience that deepened my belief in the power of words to bring change. What drives me is justice and compassion. Law for me isn't just a profession. It's a way to stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves. I come from a country rich in culture and spirit. Macedonia is the birthplace of St. Kirill and Methodius, or in our language, Sveti Kirili Metodi, creators of the first Slavic alphabet, and home to Ohrid, one of Europe's oldest and most beautiful cities. This year marks North Macedonia's return after the name change on Miss World after more than a decade, and I am proud to be the one bringing our voice back to the global stage. Regarding my Beauty with a Purpose project, I focus on helping those who suffer in silence on our streets. Stray animals. Sadly, in Skopje and beyond, many animals are abandoned and mistreated. Through this project, I support local shelters, organize donation drives, raise awareness, and advocate for stronger animal protection laws. As a future lawyer, I believe justice must include all living beings. These animals can't speak, but they feel pain, joy, and love, just like we do. And they deserve to be seen, heard, and protected. Miss World is more than a crown. It's a platform, a chance to make a difference. From the streets of Skopje to this international stage, I carry with me the heart of my country and a mission to be the voice of the voiceless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, North Macedonia. Hello and welcome to Poland.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, Mrs. Morley, dear Christine, all the judges, and all of you sisters, and hello, the world. My name is Maja Klajda, and I'm representing my country, Poland. I'm 22 years old. My greatest passion is folk dancing, sports swimming, fashion, and also psychology. That is why I am a psychology student at the University of Warsaw. I do believe that in the future, I will have a real impact on mental health of children and young people. One of my beautiful purpose projects is conducting original workshops for children and young people about mental health prevention. I have conducted 40 workshops for more than 2,000 teenagers. The project helps them better understand themselves, reduce peer aggression, show them the constructive ways to solve the problems, and explain what exactly mental health is. I am also taking care of mental health of children and teenagers from Growing Up Zone Foundation, where I became a full-time volunteer. The foundation takes care of children who grew up in conditions that prevent proper psychosocial development. Together, we learn motor skills, helps with education, and doing a lot of fun work outside or inside the foundation. Yes. I once heard that the best gift you can give someone is the one they can't afford themselves. That's why I created second project, my original project, and I took a little boy to Barcelona to see his favorite soccer team, FC Barcelona, game match live. So I created a project of making children's dreams come true. I am also an ambassador of Miss Polonia Foundation, which takes care of children with rare disease. I feel really committed to the little girl Michasia, who suffers from Rett syndrome. I am really close to her family because I were visiting them in their family home. I know her grandparents and I know her little sister. Together with her parents, we twice took part in one of the TV programs in Poland, and we create original social campaign calling for help. During Miss Polonia Foundation Charity Gala and Charity Gala in Chicago, we were raising money for her treatment. Each of those problems, I told you, are common around the world. Being Miss Polonia and Miss World platform has opened my mind for new ideas for helping charity. Being Miss World allows you to help those in need all around the world, which is soulful for me and it wings me. What I find really amazing in the Miss World role is that I can be a queen, but most of all, I am a representative of each of us, independent, strong woman, but also completely normal and with a good heart. For me, beauty with a purpose is a beautiful idea that not remains an idea. It has set directions, paths, and goals, and it is so inspiring to others that they want to continue it. I am extremely honored to stand here before you, and I do believe that fairness turns into true beauty when it is dressed in kindness. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Poland. Now, welcome Portugal.
Thank you, Mrs. Morley and the Miss World organization for this moment. I am Maria Amélia, I'm 27 years old, and I am businesswoman in the hospitality industry, and I have degree in law. It's truly a privilege to represent Portugal and to share a story of hope, strength, and transformation. And congratulations to my fellow contestants for the incredible work they're doing to inspire change in your world. We are all women here, all fighting for the same kind of respect and health conditions to pursue your dreams. Tahani from Sudan, who fled for nothing but her children and the clothes on her back. Their stories reminded me of the power of being able to leave your house, your city, and your country for a better life. But unlike me, they didn't have a choice. They were forced to leave. I don't understand why we still see borders as barriers that make us different from one another. I know we have a different background and countless beliefs, but at our core, we want the same thing, to live and to live freely. Now, imagine facing all of life chance without documentation or even basic needs fulfilled. It gets worse. Imagine your monthly cycle without access to clean water or hygiene products. And believe me, it can be even worse. Imagine discovering a lump in your breast and having no dog to turn into. This is the reality for millions of refugees and immigrants and young women today. So, my Beauty with a Purpose help young women, refugees, and immigrants gain access to clean water and hygiene products. So it's very important to me, I believe. Many people say you are immigrant because I was born in Brazil, but my family is Portuguese. I love Portugal, and I'm Portuguese too. It's not just about providing help, it's about asking hard questions. Am I biologically different just because of the country I was born in? So I'm standing here today to say, look how far you've come. You can, I can, we can. Please do not let your borders define our destinations, because we have the power to redefine the very idea of borders. Thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you, Portugal. Now, coming up the stairs, it's Romania.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexandra Beatriz Catalin. I am 20 years old and I'm proud to be here and represent Romania at Miss World 2025. First, I want to say thank you. I feel very proud to be here. I feel very happy. It's a big dream for me. Every day, I try to live with kindness, discipline, and joy. I study, I work, I help my community, and I always try to grow. Beauty for me means action, heart, and purpose. My Beauty the Purpose project is called Together for Environment. More green areas in the city. In my city, Bucharest, I work to create more space green by planting areas and educating people about protecting the environment. Unfortunately, this subject is ignored or considered less urgent. But I believe it's one of the most important issues of our time. We cannot talk about a future without talk about a greener world. Every small step matters. A greener world is a better world. I want to thank you, Miss World organization, for this amazing opportunity. Thank you, my family, my team, and everyone who believes in me. Let's make a world not more beautiful, but also more kind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Romania. Now, please welcome Scotland.
Last one. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing very well today. My name is Amy Scott, and if you can't tell from my surname or from my red hair, I'm very proudly representing Scotland this year at Miss World. I'm the little sister of 3 siblings, the twin sister of another, and the very proud auntie of a very beautiful little girl. I'm also the daughter of 2 remarkable parents who met while serving in the police. They didn't start off with very much, but with love, determination, and sacrifice, they were able to give me opportunities that they themselves never had. From my father, I learned to always go through life with a sense of humour, and that a kind heart is the best beauty. I myself didn't feel beautiful growing up. I had red hair, I had glasses, braces, severe acne, and in general, I was the tallest person in my class. I was taller than all of the boys. But through my parents, I learned that you're not born with confidence, it's something you build. Through my mum, I learned strength. When my mum had children, society expected her to take a step back. Instead, she became the first woman to go back to the police after having maternity leave. This is something I'm very proud of. She didn't only stop there, she grew to be one of the highest ranked police officers in the entire country. She taught me that a woman's place is where she chooses to be. I myself carry their values with me every single day, but I chose to go through a more creative path. I love fashion design, I love painting, and I love figuring out problems that face me in life. I live to create, to express, and to connect with people. I spoke about my family, but there's someone critical that I left out. Her name is Riza, and she is my cousin. But in reality, she's more like a sister. She was everything I wanted to be growing up. She was radiant, she was funny, she was confident. I still want to be like her to this day. But at 25 years old, she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Before I continue, I'd like to invite everyone to please close your eyes and please imagine what it'd be like to wake up tomorrow morning and be unable to hold your child, to be unable to button your shirt, to brush your hair, or to even take a few steps in front of you without uncontrollably shaking or losing your balance. Now imagine that that is your permanent reality and there is no cure. That is the reality of multiple sclerosis. It's a lifelong progressive condition that affects day-to-day activities that you wouldn't even think about. The thought and movement that we take for granted fades. And unfortunately, when standing and speaking, it can become unpredictable and exhausting. Something that won't normally be publicised is the fact that it disproportionately affects women, with 3 out of 4 of the 3 million cases worldwide being diagnosed in women. It's diagnosed between the ages of 20 and 40 most commonly, and when that is the case, most women are starting their careers, they're starting relationships, and they're beginning their future. Mobility is a promise that we assume we have for the young, and we expect that it is lost let me take a second. We live under the assumption that mobility is a promise for the youth, and that loss of mobility is reserved for the elderly. That illusion for me was shattered when my cousin began to lose hers at the same age that I am today as I stand before you. I would trade places with her in a heartbeat if it meant I could take away any of her pain, her fear about her future, or her discomfort day to day, but unfortunately I can't. And so instead, I will dedicate my life to advocating for hers. It's a lifelong diagnosis, and so it's a lifelong commitment for me. That's why I want to use my platform to speak for women who feel that their future is slipping away, and for people whose voices they feel are not heard. I want to remind people that they are not alone and never will be, not while I still have a voice. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you, Scotland. And as you applaud Miss Scotland, also put your hands together and we'll send our best wishes to her cousin as well, please. Please now welcome Serbia.
It's even stressful up here, honestly. Whew, no matter how much you prepare. Okay, hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Aleksandra Rutovic. I'm 26 years old, and I'm here to represent my country, Serbia. Miss World is a legacy for me due to a very special person in my life being Miss World Serbia 2007. She's my stepmom. It is she who inspired me, and also it was her and my father's idea to join, so here I am today. Anyway, I've always been passionate for nature, animals, and helping others. I used to live in the United States and Austria, where I studied tourism, hotel management, and hospitality. These experiences shaped me into someone who values cultural exchange, global connection, and open-mindedness. Alongside, I always loved sports. I competed in show jumping, and I spent my time hiking, running, scuba diving, and also I'm an ambassador for obstacle course races, which I absolutely love to run. I combined my love for nature with love for sports for my Beauty with a Purpose project. It is coral reef restoration. It all started unexpectedly when I adopted a shark through a marine project team, and I saw the beauty and the threats of coral reefs. That's when I decided I needed to act. Coral reefs are known as rainforests of the sea. They protect coastlines, they support marine life, and they also provide food for millions of people. However, they are disappearing due to pollution and climate change. I traveled to Bali, Indonesia, where I worked with the amazing Bali conservation diving team. We built reefs, we moved the structures underwater. We also taught small children environmental lessons and cleaned the surroundings with them. And also we planted small fragments of corals underwater. It was a really life-changing experience, and it reminded me that small actions are powerful when they're done with love and a purpose. My need to help others made me join Heroine. It is an organization that supports women who are victims of violence in Serbia. And being part of their mission taught me that true strength is standing up for those who need protection, giving them hope and a voice. I truly believe that there is always a place to help, no matter who you are, where you come from, how big or small your act is. As long as you do it from heart, that is what matters. And that is the person I aspire to be, someone who will lift others up, protect what matters, and inspire people to believe that change begins with care. Thank you so much. Thank you. And sorry, may I approach to give you something? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Serbia. Thank you. And as you come down, I will ask Slovenia to take to the stage.
Before I begin, can I please ask you something? Please close your eyes just for 5 seconds. Think of a moment when someone made you feel truly accepted. No pressure, no expectations, just seen. Now open your eyes. That feeling, that quiet moment is exactly what my Beauty with a Purpose project is about. Hi, my name is Alida Tomanic. I am 21 years old and I come from Ptuj, Slovenia, the oldest city in my country, full of history, art, and deep connection. I am a violinist, singer, a future architect, and an athlete. I am so proud to be Miss Slovenia 2023. But none of that truly matters unless I use it for something greater. Let me ask you honestly. Please, lift your hand if you personally know someone with a mental disorder. If you do, thank you. If you don't, I hope that one day you will, because they have so much to teach us and so much to offer. My story with this community didn't start with Miss Slovenia. It started way before that. My parents in their company have employed people with psychological challenges for years. As a teenager, I worked alongside them. I saw their dedication, their honesty, and their quiet strength. I learned from them long before I had a platform or a crown. So when I joined Miss Slovenia, we received training on how to communicate with people with special needs. It felt like coming home. It wasn't new, but it was real. Soon after, I began volunteering at the Day Center for Adults with Special Needs. I started organizing creative workshops. We baked muffins, painted, folded origami, and we talked. But what we really created was love, trust, friendship. They welcomed me, not because I was Miss Something, but because I was simply Alida. They didn't judge. They didn't pretend. They just gave everything. And in return, I gave them something very special too. The crown I wear today was made by them. No, it's not gold, it's not shiny. It's made of wood, handcrafted with patience and pride by the people from that very same Day Center. It holds no diamonds, but it holds truth. It holds humanity, and for me, it is the most beautiful crown I could ever wear. Let me ask you one more thing. When you think of beauty, what image comes to your mind? Is it a face? Maybe dress? Or could it be a moment of kindness, of inclusion, of being truly seen and heard? I started sharing these moments on social media, and the response was overwhelming. People told me I made them see these individuals differently. That's when I realized my voice has power, not just for me, but for them. People with special needs are not broken. They are whole, they are strong. And when we give them space, they shine. They do not have special needs. We all have same needs. They just need a little help to achieve those little wins in their life. So I will leave you with this. When this event is over, whose story will you carry with you? Maybe mine, maybe theirs. But I hope deep down you carry the belief that beauty, real beauty, comes with a purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slovenia. Thank you. Just 4 more people to go in this morning's session. And the first of those is Spain.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Corina, and I proudly represent Spain. Before I start, let me please tell you a story. Some years ago, I had the opportunity to give a speech in front of a huge public. When I finished, a lot of people came near to me to talk about it. One of them was a woman making strange movements that I didn't understand. Then I realized she was deaf. That was for sure a very embarrassing moment because I realized she didn't understand anything of my speech. And in that moment I didn't know, but that was the night I discovered my advocacy. That's why my campaign, Sign Language to the World, was born. Sign Language to the World, it's a project created to give a platform to the deaf community where their rights and needs are valued. And not only that, it is a platform for those ones who want to learn some information about them. Sign Language to the World, it's a platform that believes in the truly essence of beauty with a purpose. And one of our main beliefs is showing how important it is teaching and learning sign language as the first solution to create communication between deaf people and society. This is translated into giving talks in school to raise awareness directly to the future generations. Did you know the life expectancy of a deaf person is 5 years less than a hearing person? This is because deaf people avoid to go to hospitals due to the communication limitations between deaf people and doctor. That's why in Sign Language to the World, we work to highlight how important interpreters are, not only in hospitals, but also in every public building. Deaf community deserves to have the possibility to enjoy simple activities that, for example, without any restriction, going to the supermarket, going to the bank, make a console in the town hall, visit the post office. As I said, simple activities that for the rest of the society we make without no problem, but for deaf community becomes in a truly odyssey. And not only that, 1 month ago, Spain was shocked by the notice of a deaf university teacher who was invited to leave his job because that university didn't want to provide him of an interpreter to facilitate the lessons. And do you know something? This teacher left his job without any restriction or protection. That's why I fight every day to show the non-protection the deaf community is suffering. There are not protections and not laws that protects the deaf community rights. And when something like this happens, the only solution or the only tool we find is demonstrate to make ourselves be heard. The words that deaf teacher used while he was explaining his situation were, "I feel humiliated in front of my students because of not having the necessary resources to teach." Humiliated. Isn't it too sad? How can we allow this and look to the other way? That night of my speech, that deaf woman, even she didn't understand anything of what I was talking about, decided to come near to me, and she showed me her best smile and her gratitude. She connected with me. And today being here, the deaf people spokesperson, it's my way to apologize this woman, and it's my way to show my gratitude to her. I only need something. I only need all of you joining me and believing in this purpose as much as that deaf woman believed in me that night. Because I believe in you, deaf community. That's what I'm here for you. Thank you.
Could I, Miss Fame, before you go, can you just do thank you again? Can everyone do sign language back to say thank you to Miss Spain? Can you do thank you?
I want to show you something better, if you let me.
Okay.
Do you want to say in sign language, Telangana Sarurana?
Oh, that's definitely what we want. Telangana Zarawana, there we go.
All with me, please. Telangana Sarur Ana. Thank you.
There we are. Thank you, Spain. Excellent. Thank you. Now, please welcome Sweden.
From musicals to figure skating, to the military, to modeling, to being a teacher, to rapping, to be my school's version of valedictorian, and hopefully one day help people through life as a priest. That's me, Isabel Ås, 20 years old, from the south of Sweden. At the age of 14, I started my career in the military, in the Swedish Federation for Voluntary Defense Education and Training. I quickly understood that I had to work 10 times harder than all the men had to do just because I was a woman. But it wasn't until I sailed around Europe with the Swedish Navy that I truly understood what most women have to go through in man-dominated fields. We were a crew of 36 people, only 3 women. One day, my commanding officer took me to the side, away from the others, and he told me what he wanted to do to me that night, sexually. He was a grown man with 2 kids and a wife. I was only 17. And that's when I knew I had to make a difference. If not me, who? If not now, when? I wrote my diploma thesis about misuse of power in the Swedish armed forces. I also started to write a book, my book, about my story, from boots to heels. I started to organize self-defense classes for women to help them feel safe and to help them have more self-confidence. My Beauty with a Purpose is about women in man-dominated fields. It's about gender equality, and it's about women supporting women. The Bible says faith and fear cannot coexist. Why? Because faith will always win over fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. And now, welcome Ukraine.
Hello world, Namaste India, Dobry ранок Ukraine. My name is Maria Melnichenko and I'm proud to represent my beloved homeland, Ukraine. At 20, I'm a professional model, student of finance and volunteer. And most importantly, someone raised by love and guided by purpose. I was born and raised in a large family. I'm one of 6 children, and life taught us to share not only food or clothes, but love, feelings, and strengths. From an early age, I learned to be strong, to care deeply, and to hold my family close. In our home, love was never scarce. It just came in many different forms. One of these forms was animals. Growing up, our home was always full with rescued pets, and my mom never said no when I brought home another stray. Instead, she let me love them, care for them, and learn from them. They gave me love without expecting anything in return. That's why now as an adult, I feel a deep responsibility to give back, and I actively help animal shelters in Ukraine. By not only by giving donations, but also by giving my time and my voice for those who cannot speak for themselves. Another of the causes closest to my heart is education. I'm currently in my final year studying finance, and for as long as I can remember, education was not only as a tool, it was as a light for people that helps them grow and dream. This belief was instilled in me by my mother, and she always reminded me that education is something that no one can ever take away from you. And reality for many Ukrainians has changed dramatically. Because of the challenges we face as a nation, countless young people have lost this basic right. Universities were closed and opportunities disappeared. My own university, the State Tax University, was badly damaged, and I was there. I remember staying in front of the ruins. I remember that silence, and it changed me. It changed my life. Now, I understand that I have privileged my voice. In 2024, when I was crowned Miss Ukraine, that moment was unforgettable, but it was never about the title. It was about the voice. It was about the responsibility. And now I understand that people will listen to me. And that's why I became the global ambassador of the Rebel State Tax University. And our mission is very simple: to restore what was lost. This project isn't just about restoring walls, it's about restoring opportunities and hopes. It's about reminding the world that Everyone has that chance to achieve education, and it's not a luxury, it's a human right. Every student deserves that chance regardless of age, gender, income, history. When we invest in education, we invest in peace, progress, and possibility. I dream of a world where every student has that chance. And I believe that no child, no student, and no dreamer should be left without that chance. Not in Ukraine, not anywhere. Thank you for listening to my heart.
Thank you, Ukraine. And finally, we move to the Welsh and Wales. There we are. Resplendent in the Welsh red colour.
Namaste. I'm a woman shaped on science, strength, and sparkles. Many things for me, family, friends, my career, but also the invisible things. A journey filled with challenges, resilience, and empowerment that brought me here today. I'm not perfect, and that's part of it. I have suffered with alopecia and severe allergies. Alopecia felt like I was losing part of my identity, but it taught me to redefine beauty, to look at myself and love what I see anyway. As a doctor in training, saving lives is at the core of what I do. So naturally, my beauty with a purpose encompasses that. Growing up, I witnessed a lot of crime and violence. Over 200 lives were lost to knife crime in Wales and England in 1 year. That's a terrifying statistic, but it's not just a stat. Many of these were young people who had their whole life ahead of them. I felt helpless watching the growing epidemic of knife crime. So I wanted to use the skills I gained in medical school out in the community to empower young people with the tools and knowledge to react and counteract knife crime and violence. I'm the proud founder of Exeter Street Doctors, which teaches young people how to act as first responders in a situation of violence. We deliver workshops such as how to save a life in 8 minutes, which teaches how to deal with a knife injury, how to put someone in the recovery position, and how to perform CPR. I'm honoured to say Street Doctors educated over 13,000 young people just last year. Carrying my life-saving EpiPens and finding a lump at the side of my breast sparked the idea of Medic Millie Mondays. This series of videos allows me to raise awareness on health topics and educate the public on how to recognise red flag symptoms. Every 14 seconds, somewhere in the world, a woman is diagnosed with breast cancer. And I lost my granny to breast cancer. So that's why one of my first Medic Millie videos was how to check your breasts for lumps. 1 in 2 of us will get cancer, and through my career, I have seen just how harrowing that journey can look. My wonderful grandpea is living with cancer. So becoming a Cancer Research Wales ambassador just made sense. I took my Medic Millie mission global, from visiting Shiros in India, a group of acid attack survivors who, despite enduring the cruelest acts, continued to smile. I offered free medical testing and treatment to over 150 people each day while in Uganda. And most recently, I visited a foundation in Thailand where children had migrated from Myanmar. I have been challenged on how medicine and pageantry align. The fact is, they aren't opposites, but they're parallels. They're both about having a purpose, being present, and making a difference. My journey into pageantry may have been written in the stars. My mum was named after Miss World Helen Morgan from Wales, and she actually had Miss World written on her crib in the hospital. My values are very important to me: kindness, honesty, and the courage to speak for the voiceless, even if my own voice is shaking. I don't fit in, I stand out. I'm a doctor in training, a change maker, a feminist, and powerful because of my story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wales. I think from the presentations today, you can all see how different every person who's spoken today, how different they all are, except in one way. They are all using the experiences in their life to change the lives of others. And I would therefore ask those life-changing people, the continent of Europe, to stand now and be recognized by their fellow contestants. Please stand, Europe. Many congratulations. We are going to take a break, and we're returning at 1 o'clock. So it's a midday break. It's just 1 hour, 1 o'clock, when the final group, Asia and Oceania, will make their presentations. But this is the break for lunch, returning at 1 p.m. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fourth and final group in our head-to-head Continental Challenge. And that group is Asia and Oceania. And we're going to begin with Armenia.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, world. My name is Adrina Ajamian. I am from Armenia. First of all, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families of those affected by the horrible tragedy happened in Hyderabad. I am blessed to have this honorable chance to stand here on this global stage. I am a professional singer and dancer. I am 19 years old and already working in the film industry. This has been my dream since childhood. I want to show other girls like me that dreams come true. My message is that beauty is not only about how you look. Beauty is also about what you do and how you help others in your community. Since the age of 13, I have been actively involved in charitable activities, taking part in events dedicated to helping children with Down syndrome and autism, and kids who are fighting cancer. I want to dedicate my life and heart to this important mission. Helping children in need is what I want to do in my life. I come from Armenia, a country that has suffered a lot. We have gone through many wars, the genocide and survival. Even my generation has seen several wars. I lost friends. I'm sorry. There is nothing worse than a young life lost in unjust war. But children suffer the most from every armed conflict. They shouldn't go through that disaster. They shouldn't not lose parents and homes. They shouldn't run from bombs. Now I'm here, and I speak for peace. Peace in my country and peace in the whole world. My message to the world is to fight peace. Because peace is happiness. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Put your hands together for Armenia, please. Now, the land down under. There we are. Let's welcome to the stage Australia.
Hello. Let me bring that up. I'm a bit tall. Hello, my name is Jasmine Stringer and I am honoured to represent Australia. I have to start by saying how incredible it's been for the past 2 days to learn about your projects. This is Miss World. This is beauty with a purpose, and this is why we're all here. And learning about the work that you're doing in your countries, should I be given the opportunity to be Miss World, I would absolutely love to support them in any way that I can, by listening, by learning more, by adding volume to your already powerful voices, and getting physically involved on the ground as much as I can. I'm a primary school teacher, a singer, an equestrian, and a proud Aussie girl. And I come from a country rich in contrast, from red dirt to beautiful beaches and bushlands, and one of the oldest cultures in the history of the earth. But behind the beauty of Australia lies a terrifying epidemic that we're currently fighting. Last year alone, one woman every 4 days was murdered in acts of domestic violence in our country. Now, these numbers are shocking, but they're quite impersonal because I know that behind every statistic is someone real. Now, I invite you all to close your eyes for just a moment to envision your mothers, daughters, your sister, or your best friend. When I close my eyes, I think of my friend Tara. In 2015, at just 24 years old, Tara Brown was brutally murdered in broad daylight by her former partner. Tara was hardworking, she was a talented sportswoman, and she was a doting young mother to a beautiful little girl who was just 3 years old at the time. And Tara was the girl next door. We were neighbours as children, we grew up as close family friends, and I knew a lot about Tara, but I knew nothing about domestic violence. Domestic violence can and is happening to women from all walks of life. Since 2015, I've been working to not only raise awareness for DV, but to prevent it. Alongside the foundation named in her honour, the Tara Brown Foundation, we work to fundraise to support women during their escape, that immediate moment of escape. We educate the community and we push for systemic change. I'm now a proud committee member of the Tara Brown Foundation, and my goal is to eventually one day raise enough money to build our very own sanctuaries to support these women both during and after their escape. And I know that this isn't an issue that is exclusive to Australia. This is a global issue where across the world women are being murdered as a result of domestic violence every single day. And so I hope that my goals that I'm implementing in Australia can one day be expanded worldwide. I've utilised my professional background as a primary school teacher in education to write a children's book aimed at discussing the topic of domestic violence in a way that's accessible for young minds. Something that teaches them about empathy, boundaries, healthy relationships, and also how to ask for help. My aim is that this book becomes a valuable resource and holds a place in every school, every counselling office, every library across Australia, and eventually worldwide. I stand here today advocating for Tara, for every woman who never got the chance to leave, and for those who still can. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Warm welcome to Bangladesh. There we are.
Growing up, I used to be really insecure. I was unaware of my ADHD. I struggled with anxiety and depression due to the expectations surrounding me, which I found really difficult to fulfill. I often wondered, what's wrong with me? Why am I like this? Being constantly compared to other kids made me feel like my existence is a shame. I got really tired of trying to fix myself. So one day I just started to stop trying and I started to harness my energy. And slowly I began to see the person I am. Assalamu alaikum everyone. I am Aklimatika, Miss World Bangladesh 2025. Today, from being a person who used to be terrified of being on stage and to face people, I'm a girl who now thrives on stage as an international fashion model, anchor, lead vocalist of my rock band, and more, thanks to my ADHD. Today, I'm here talking about a cause which is very close to my heart. The stage is listening to me, the world is listening to me. Now just imagine There are 10 other girls right now. They're somewhere in the corners of this world feeling invisible, scared, insecure. But one day they too find themselves and they become empowered change makers and advocates. Do you realize how powerful that is? That is what mental health can do, and that's why I started my project, Young Minds Matter, aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 3, good health and well-being, and Goal 4, quality education. In Bangladesh, 1 in 21 children suffers from severe anxiety and depression. In 2023 to 2024, 984 student suicide was reported. They could have been our change makers. Many more suffer silently without asking for help because they never realize they can ask for help. They think they are the problem because mental health is still a taboo, not just in Bangladesh, but across most of Asia. We just don't talk about it enough. We don't go to therapy and we don't think it's important. Especially Bangladeshi parents often think that mental health, depression, autism, these are all just drama. You can just get it treated by like punishing your child. Children with autism suffer even more living in a country where many don't even know what autism is. We often use this as an insult, like, what are you, autistic? As if being neurodivergent is something to be ashamed of. It's a joke. These need to stop. Every year on April, the Autism Awareness Month, I collaborate with Child Foundation, making people aware of autism, conducting Art for Autism. I used to work as one of the lead designers of a lifestyle brand called Potu, which means skilled or expert, focusing on empowering neurodiverse individuals, using their artworks, like turning their artworks into products. They were not just contributing, they were the team, they were the artist. But I figured that I need to go beyond this and I need to get to the root of this issue. That's why through my project, I collaborated with child psychiatrists and experts to create parenting course for parents to better understand their children's mental health and for children so that they can better understand their mental health so that they don't think that they are the problem. Right now, as I'm talking about it here, my 50 volunteers in 12 districts in my country are now spreading awareness about children's mental health. I personally counseled over 500 young individuals. And when I see them thrive, it makes me feel like my existence is important. Now think about it. If one Aklima small initiative could spark this kind of change, what would happen if we can create 10 or 100 or an entire generation of young minds who are confident, secure, emotionally equipped? If we can grow up a generation, if we can build children who are confident in themselves, they love themselves, they will grow up to be adults who only don't care about themselves, but about the world. This is not just a cause. This is the foundation for every other cause to succeed. And that is why young minds matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh. And now please welcome Cambodia.
Hello, everyone. Hello, world, and hello, Miss World. I'm Julia Russell from Cambodia, and I'm so proud and honored to be representing my country, and I'm so lucky. I know everyone has had to struggle in some way and persevere to get here, but we believed in ourselves, and here we all are. This is such an affirming gathering, like a second family, and I'm so humbled to hear everyone's bravery and care, and if only we could share this feeling, we could heal the world. And so I'd like to talk about my charity project, Reading with Julia. Cambodia is famous for its friendly people, and it's evident in daily life. Growing up, it's just a way of life to help my neighbors, share clothes, food, And I used to love playing teacher, uh, reading to the other kids, but I came to realize it wasn't just a bit of fun. These children really couldn't go to school, or the schools that they went to didn't have maths or didn't teach maths because they didn't have math teachers. My project aims to redefine education as a universal right rather than a privilege for the fortunate few. Sorry. The reality is stark. Too many underprivileged children are not even able to complete primary education. And they are forced to abandon their studies, not because they aren't capable or because of lack of ability, but because of systematic barriers. Working alongside organizations like Love Without Boundaries, Give a Hand for Hope organization, and Kabungshnang Orphanage, we've established reading programs and provided educational materials and supplied essential items. I believe in education's transformative potential. When children read, they gain courage. When children learn to read, they gain new perspectives. When I read a book, sometimes it feels like stepping into someone else's shoes, learning new perspectives that I wouldn't have thought about before. But education's impact extends beyond individuals to entire societies. I would like to share a saying that has inspired my Beauty with a Purpose project. An educated girl becomes a leader. An educated community demands progress. And an educated world is how we solve problems together. We are not just teaching children. We are teaching the future innovators, leaders, and inventors of our society. Reading with Julia represents the freedom to dream, to elevate others. We don't just teach children, we give them the tools to ask what if. Every book opened is how change begins. My initiative stands as a promise that circumstances should never limit potential and that education belongs to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cambodia. And now I think this presentation may be done in Chinese because we're now welcoming People's Republic of China.
Good afternoon, everyone. My Miss China 2025 Liu Wanting. I'm a professional model and a college student majoring in fashion design. I'm very honored to share with you the Beauty with a Purpose project. 一基金是由国际巨星李连杰先生在2007年创立的公益组织，也是中国最具有影响力的公益组织之一。其温暖包项目经过12年的努力，构建起覆盖全国27个省份的儿童援助网络，累计惠及超100万困境儿童。
One Foundation was founded by the world-famous action movie star Mr. Jet Li back in 2007, and it is now the most influential charity organization in China. So the Warm Pack project, after the 12 years of hard work, it has set up a network of child support and assistance covering over 27 provinces around China, and it has benefited over 1 million underprivileged children.
自加入以来，我全程参与项目的筹备和温暖包的发放工作，和团队一起深入漳平县，和孩子们同吃同住，随堂上课。2年间，我们带动了超6000人次的志愿者加入，并筹得善款超2万美元，送出1万多个温暖包，并根据不同的季节定制物资。冬季配备棉衣围巾，夏季准备透气的衣物和防暑用品。
Since I joined the organization, I participated in the preparation and distribution of the warm packs. Together with the team, we went to Jiangping County and we lived with the children there. We went to classes with them. During the 2 years, we mobilized over 6,000 volunteers and we raised over $20,000 of charity donation and sent out over 10,000 warm packs. All these packs were customized based on different seasons. So in wintertime, we have thick clothes and scarves. In summertime, we have summery clothing and the heat-proof products.
除此之外，我和飞虎牌公益基金会共同发起了100万学龄儿童孤儿守护计划，设立300万的人民币专项资金，大约42万美金。采用心理干预加教育帮扶模式，关注儿童心灵成长。
Other than that, I also worked with the Flying Tiger Charity Foundation, and together we launched the over 1 million school-age orphan guardian plan, and we set up a foundation that is 3 million RMB, approximately $420,000. So we adopted a model with psychological intervention and educational assistance, so focused more on the psychological growth of children.
曾经我也遇到过一个患有小儿麻痹症并且双腿瘫痪的孩子。开始的时候，他对我心里充满了恐惧和排斥，但随着我每次的探访，还有不断的互动与陪伴，到最后，那个躲在角落里的孩子也变成了最爱拉着我的手唤我姐姐的孩子。
I want to give you a small example of this project. I met a kid once who suffered from polio, so he's paralyzed in both legs. At the beginning, he was very resentful and very alert, but since with every time my visit and interaction and companionship with him, he turned into this kid who loves to hold my hand and call me sister.
未来我们会继续建立壮大捐赠体系，另一方面启动成长接力计划。受助的孩子们可以在成年以后经过培训成为志愿者，帮助更多的人。
In the future, we will continue to strengthen and enlarge our donation system. On the other hand, we also will launch the program called Growth Relay. And the kids who benefited from this project after they grow up, they can, after proper training, they will become volunteers again, and in turn, they will help more people.
改变贫困确实需要漫长的时间，但我相信每一个微小的行动都是一个新的起点。我们送出的每一个温暖包，每一次家访，每一堂课，每一顿热饭都有着改变的力量。感谢关注公益的所有人，能让这份温暖跨越山海，传递到每一个需要帮助孩子的身边。谢谢。
It does take a long time to change poverty, but I firmly believe that every small action will be a start. I think with every single warm pack that we sent out, every home visit we made, every class, every hot meal, it has the power of change. Thanks to everybody who cares about and assists the charity, and we hope that all these warmth will reach every kid that is in need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, China. And thank you, Michelle. And now, somebody who should know what it's like to be here in Telangana. It's, of course, India, the home country.
They say the soul of India dances between the roots of our traditions and dreams of tomorrow. Namaste world, I am Nandini Gupta, proudly representing India, a land which is as ancient as its ambitions, and it is soaring in its culture as it's soaring with hope. I was born and raised in Kota, Rajasthan, where my childhood was spent riding tractors through mustard fields and dancing to the rhythms of my mother's Kathak teachings. My father, a farmer, never learned how to drive, but he made sure that I would drive combine harvesters and tractors. My grandfather, with values in his heart and vision in his eyes, taught me that integrity is life's greatest wealth, and that success without integrity is like failure in disguise. From those fields, I was drawn towards numbers and finance, where I found myself loving them, enjoying them, and later I realized that numbers can tell deeply about human stories. And today I work in front of the camera as a model and an actor, blending creativity with discipline and passion with purpose. But my truest purpose was inspired by someone who never spoke much, but whose strength, determination, and resilience taught me life. He taught me the language of strength. My paternal uncle, my chacha, who has polio in his tongue, developmental delays, and intellectual disability. People often used to make remarks such as mental, abnormal, psychopath, madman. And I was always used to think, what would happen to those who don't have the same love and support that my uncle has of my family? People who often consider themselves normal made abnormal remarks. And seeing him struggling in a world where he's navigating and fitting himself, which never paused to include him, I only thought that this requires change. And that question does not just linger, but it transformed into ekta. Ekta means unity. And it's not just about making spaces for individuals, but it's about standing with them, next to them, tall, proud, and giving them an opportunity to inspire and uplift themselves. Project Ekta has reached over 3,000 plus individuals throughout India. I've danced with the children who are visually impaired. I've had the most heartfelt storytelling conversation with children who have Down syndrome. And I've cycled beside para-athlete champions who taught me that, yes, spirit can often outshine circumstances. But all this while, I realized that it's not about someone's incapability that limits them, but it's about someone's and the society's willingness to look beyond labels. Together, we have built India's first community, which leads to differently abled individuals' circle storytelling area, where not only confidence bloom, but joy and spirit has no boundaries. I did not start Project Ekta to offer help, but I started it to offer representation, to provide amplification, and to dignify them. Because, charity is not inclusion, and inclusion it's not charity, it's justice. And that belief is what brings me here. I've carried the dust of my hometown while I was chasing stars in Mumbai. I know the silence of being underestimated, while I also know the power of turning that strength into my silence and that silence into my strength. And that is the power I hold. And that's why I'm here at Miss World. To every part of me, the daughter of the soil, the girl who believes that her uncle is a hero, and the girl who believes in numbers. She was waiting for this moment to stand here, to reciprocate that love, to not only to stand for herself, but for the people who are always told that they don't belong. And that's why Miss World means everything to me. It's not just a platform where I wear a crown, but it's a platform where I can speak for myself and I can get that spotlight to them. A light where a hand can reach and you can say that, you know what, you belong and you matter as you are. That's why I stand here in honor of them. And to not give anything, but to prove everything. And to not prove everything, but to give everything that I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, India. And next, Indonesia.
Greetings, namaste, and salam to the world. I'm Monica Sembiring, a proud daughter of Indonesia. There are 600,000 words registered in the Oxford Dictionary. But if I have to pick just one word to describe myself, I would pick the word privileged. I am privileged in a way that I was born in Indonesia, a country that is not only rich in culture and natural resources, but also rich in moral and values, elements that have shaped me into the person I am today. I am privileged to be gifted the ability to play the piano, a form of communication when words fell short. But the greatest privilege of all is having parents that are rooted in education and support. A privilege that I carry with humility because I know not everyone is as fortunate as I am. Not even my own father. My dad, my superstar. He came from a very humble beginning, and yet, with education and perseverance, he was able to rise into this incredible neurosurgeon he is today. I grew up watching him work endless nights, every single day. He was driven not by ambition, but by a purpose. A purpose to provide a better life for his girls. A purpose to provide for his community and everyone else around him. From him, I learned that privilege are not always inherited. It is built. So I asked myself a question. If he could build such a purposeful life having so little, shouldn't I be able to do more having so much? Growing up with that kind of a father makes me grow up with very close to the world of science. Although I did not love science the way he did in the medical field, but I did fall in love with science my own way, with chemistry, physics, and mathematics, the cornerstone of my youth. That passion led me to pursue a degree in chemical engineering, where I was introduced to the world of environmental sustainability. It's a place where science meets service. And it is also during my studies that I learned about a topic that has become very close to my heart. Clean water. So simple, so essential, yet for 4 billion people out there, so out of reach. And it was faith that brought me to Kampung Ciseke, a village not too far from where I live in Indonesia. There, I witnessed children who have to suffer because they are forced to drink dirty water from a very contaminated river where they bathe, but also where they throw their human waste in. They are constantly sick, making them unable to attend school, and they are driven far away from their dreams. It broke my heart because water, it should never be a luxury, especially not for children. It's the most basic human necessity. They didn't need our pity, they needed our action. So from that moment, it turned into a mission that birthed my Beauty with a Purpose pipeline for Lifeline. That project have helped hundreds of families gain access to clean water and sanitation facilities. Today, I'm standing here not just to represent my country, but represent a belief. Beauty without purpose is empty. Intelligence without action is nothing. But privilege, when used right, can change life. For everything that I do in my life lies a simple truth. Why wait for a miracle when you can be one? Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. And now, well, I think talking of miracles, it may be a miracle if you get up without falling down on the way up here. After the sports, please welcome back more sure-footed Japan. Do you want to pull down the... There we are.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
My greatest wish is simple, that every life on this planet be truly cherished. My name is Kiana Tomita, and I am Miss World Japan. That we live in a world free from fear, from discrimination, a world anyone, no matter who they are, can live in peace, safety, and dignity. To me, that is true peace. And this belief, this purpose, was planted in my heart when I was just 6 years old. One day, I learned a heartbreaking truth. Every 5 seconds, a child somewhere in the world was dying. I was devastated, and I kept asking myself, what's happening in this world, and what can I do to help? So from that day on, I began donating all of my allowance to UNICEF. It may have been small, but for me, It was everything I could give. And that single act became the very first step on my lifelong path, a path to protect lives and bring peace to those who need it most. That purpose drove me to study everything I had. By the age of 23, I had earned 2 master's degrees, one from the University of Edinburgh and one from the University of Cambridge. Thank you very much. And now today, I am also pursuing a PhD in survivability studies. Thank you. Dedicated to protecting lives from natural disasters. And I'm on track to receive my doctoral next year. Thank you. But, even with all the passion in the world, there are limits to what one researcher alone can do. I struggled, and I wanted to reach more people, but I didn't know how. Then, I discovered the Miss World platform, a movement that stands for beauty with a purpose. And in that moment, a light appeared, and I realized this is where my voice can reach the world. My Beauty with a Purpose project focuses on disaster education and recovery. I work with schools and communities, spreading life-saving knowledge and empowering people to become leaders. Leaders who protect not only themselves, but the lives of others, especially those most vulnerable in time of crisis: children, people with disabilities, and women. Alongside this, I also volunteer with people with disabilities through special needs education and the Paralympics. And every day, I am inspired by the strength, beauty, and the limitless potential I witness in every individual. And that is why I don't have just one purpose. I have many. Because peace is not the absence, just not the absence of war. It's the protection of every precious life. It's a world where no one is forgotten. To me, beauty is not perfection. It is purpose. It is the courage to stand, the heart to reach out, and the choice to use what we have learned for the good of others. Even the smallest act of kindness can light the way to a better life. And finally, since the earthquake struck Myanmar this March, I've been thinking constantly, as Miss World, is there something more that we can do? Please lend your strength, because I believe together we can deliver hope to this world. Thank you very much.
Nice pause there as we now welcome Kazakhstan.
They say beauty is what we see, but I believe true beauty is what we do. Namaste India, hello world, barşanızga қайырлы күн. My name is Idrisova Sabina. I am proud to represent Kazakhstan. I am a model, a former ballet dancer, and a woman proud to stand here not just with grace, but with purpose. I come from Kazakhstan, and I learned from an early age from that kindness is strength, and helping others is a way of life. My journey began with a simple dream: to be there for those who need love, support, and hope. I spent time in orphanages and rehabilitation centers, laughing, talking, speaking, and celebrating life with incredible children. They have shown me what true courage looks like and how much joy can come from even the smallest moments. As an ambassador for the Natalia Size Theatre, I help create inclusive performances for children with special needs. When they step on stage and feel proud, seen, celebrated, it's a moment of pure magic. It's not just for them, it's for everyone around. I believe that even one kind act can change a life. And if I can help just for child believe in themselves and feel loved, then I've done something truly beautiful. Today, I'm honored not just Kazakhstan, but every voice that deserves to be heard, every child that deserves a chance, and every woman who wants to make a difference. Because beauty is not about appearance, it's about courage, it's about compassion, and it's about using your voice to lift others. To every young girl listening, you are beautiful, you are strong, and you don't need permission to change the world. Thank you so much, Rahmet.
Thank you, Kazakhstan. And now we're going to welcome Kyrgyzstan.
Hello, world. Namaste, India. I'm Chanacheva Ayjan. I represented my country more than 10 times, but this time is the most important for me because this platform is providing to be heard by world, and it's honor for me to stand here. I'm 26 years old. When I was 7 years old, my parents divorced. And I was left with my not mother, as usually it happens. I was left with my father, and he was silent, he was strong, he was tricky, but he didn't even know how to braid my hairs, but he knew how to braid my character. Thanks to my parents, for I didn't break up. I grew up as a person, not just as a person, but also as multifaceted personality. I finished 2 master degrees, like in Taiwan, second one. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have received international finance certification. Also, I'm a dancer. I finished 12 years ballet school. And I would like to tell one story which I lived 2 years ago. I see the international audit company, and I just asked myself, you achieved what you said I will achieve in 5 years, but is it real your dreams? And I understood that I'm not happy there. Yeah, for society, for parents, for dreams, it's good, but not for Ayjana. And I understood that I have to put whole my brave in my hands and go to other field of my life in tourism, because I really fell in love whole my life in tourism. That is why I represent my country more than 10 times. It's my passion, tourism. So at the time I was in Taiwan, and in Taiwan everyone is speaking Chinese. And when I went to hotel, I understood that I don't know Chinese, so what I should do. And they took me just like as a housekeeper. And I understood that yesterday I see the international audit company as auditor, but today I'm as housekeeper in tourism, and I'm more happy because I'm doing I choose my way, and I'm doing what I want to do. So I would like to also tell about my country. My country is small and island of freedom in Central Asia, but we have some traditions which are because of our traditions, barbaric traditions. For example, if you have, just imagine, you have a sister, or imagine your friend or your daughter, and she goes home. but she don't come back because she was bride kidnapped. And her life is no longer her life. That is why this barbaric tradition in my country, it's showing that we don't have sometimes a voice for choosing not just our way, but also our husbands. That is why I would like to tell that my project is about provide girls information. We hold conferences where very professional women coming from other side of fields of, for example, from business women or politics or education, and they're explaining which rights they have. For example, last time when I did this type of conference, I showed them a lot of grants or a lot of opportunities in abroad, how they can achieve goals in abroad. But in Kyrgyzstan, we are also providing opportunities, which ones they can achieve. So if honestly, I'm standing here and this type of barbaric tradition, right now, when I showed my beauty visa proposal in Kyrgyzstan, everyone just bullying me, why you are telling on the world stage about like internal problems. But I would like to tell girls, you have voice, you can choose your way, and you can choose your husband too. It's so strange, but you can do it. I love everyone in the world. And I hope with these small steps, what we are doing today, every contestant, we will achieve big dreams. Thank you very much. Rahmat.
Thank you, Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. And now, Lebanon.
To the Miss World family and everyone watching around the world, thank you for this moment. My name is Nada Kusa. I am a licensed clinical psychologist trained in cognitive behavioral therapy, a national ambassador for mental health, and above all, a listener. I come from a land that has seen beauty and burden in equal measures. Lebanon is a country where we mourn, rebuild, and love in the same breath. It has taught me that resilience is not loud. It is quiet, steady, and often misunderstood. Growing up, I watched my people bear unbelievable losses: war, economic collapse, the trauma of displacement. Yet, mental health was rarely discussed. Pain was something we carried, but was never something that we treat. This silence has shaped me. It led me to study psychology, not as a profession, but as a responsibility. I am now a proud member of the Lebanese Order of Psychologists. I have worked in clinics, schools, shelters, and refugee camps. I have sat with orphans in villages, mothers navigating grief, teenagers in crisis searching for meaning. A girl once handed me a drawing. It was a colorful drawing. When I asked her, "What does it mean?" she whispered, "This is my heart when someone listened." That moment stayed with me. Today, I serve as an ambassador for Lebanon's National Mental Health Program at the Ministry of Public Health. I work with the World Health Organization to train frontline workers and lead national campaigns. I collaborate with the UNESCO to promote inclusive education and emotional well-being. I also produce content, videos, podcasts, and interviews to reach those who cannot always access care. My mission is to make mental health something we can talk about freely, publicly, without shame. Because healing is not abstract, it is human. And mental health must be treated as a foundation, not an afterthought. This belief is what connects me to beauty with a purpose. Because I do not stand here simply to represent a country. I stand here to advocate, to connect, and to serve. But with Miss World, I will carry this mission further to more voices, more lives, and more light. That is the future I look forward to. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you, Lebanon. Our next contestant is from Malaysia.
A very good afternoon, salam sejahtera, and namaskaram to esteemed judges, my fellow contestants, and the world. I'm Sarup Roshi, representing Malaysia. Now, I come from a close-knit but chaotic family because we argue about what we're going to have for dinner in random afternoon, and our days always end with bedtime stories from my father. However, in 2017, my whole world turned upside down because I lost my father, my best friend. In fact, today, 21st May, 8 years ago, in 2017, I rushed through hospital with my dad paralyzed at the back of my car. And that memory is still very much alive in my memory. And today I'm here. Who knew? But that was also the point when I experienced depressive symptoms. However, I believe that was my turning point because through my healing journey, I found my true purpose. A few years ago, actually, there was a little girl that I met while assisting in a group therapy with sexual abuse survivors. And there was this little girl who came to me and said, Akka, which is Kaka, which is sister in Tamil and Malay, I too want to bring hope in others' life, just like how you have done in my life and saved my life. And at that moment, it revealed me the ripple effect of my purpose. A purpose, Unmask Yourself, which began 6 years ago with very simple goals, just to ensure that no one faces hopelessness and isolation as I did. After a few years volunteering at marginalized communities, I witnessed the devastating impact of poverty and abuse on children's mental health. There are 720,000 suicide cases reported annually around the world. Hence, this is a global epidemic. I began by providing mental health screening to these very children because they could not afford therapy. And the result was heartbreaking, to be very frank, because more than half of them have attempted suicide. And as prevention method, I instilled group therapy and art therapy program for these children, especially for those who could not emote emotions through words. And ladies and gentlemen, the results were remarkable, as these very children who once thought of ending their lives are now beginning to thrive and even went back to school, and some of them are graduating from high school. As a psychology graduate, I believe in education. I believe that when we know better, we do better. Hence, I realized that there was a huge gap in traditional education system, not just in Malaysia, but around the world, because mental health skills are not being taught in schools. to children. Hence, I established a comprehensive mental health education program in my country and launched my very own emotional intelligence booklet to instill emotional intelligence skill sets in children and to build a strong foundation of resilience in their lives so that they can navigate through life challenges. Because life challenges, as we all know, are inevitable. As of now, I have impacted over 2,500 children in my country and 500,000 on social media. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are not just numbers, because it is a testament that mental health struggles are not isolated struggles. They are a collective responsibility that we all share. We all as part of this very society. My journey has shown that even the most humble grassroots effort can make a difference just by being kind, just by asking a very simple question and a genuine question. How are you really doing? Who knew 8 years later, I will be on this journey advocating for this and be on this lifelong mission to make hope and support a right for everyone, regardless of their age, socioeconomic background, and gender, and not just a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia.
If you don't mind, I'm so sorry, but could I give this to Mrs. Julia Morley, please?
You certainly
Thank
can.
you.
There we go. Oh, Mongolia, please, would you like to take to the stage? Thank you very much. Okay, so let us welcome Mongolia.
Hello world and Namaste India. I am from Mongolia. My name is Ertunsovt Batbayır. I am 22 years old and I study as National University of Mongolia lawyer and political science. My goal is focusing on raising awareness of lack of clean water and desertification that's facing not only in Mongolia but also worldwide. Me and my team have started building green spaces in order to increase healthy environment for kids and future generations. I have chosen 9 schools and 14 kindergarten is in Nalek district. That's region of capital Ulaanbaatar. Is heavily affected by coal mining and soil degradation. I have planted over 2,000 trees and given instruction of how to care for it properly. 1 billion tree campaign initiated by Mongolia President Hurulsuk Okhna was started October 4, 2021 and it will continue until 2030. Within the framework of this project, we are working on projects to establish park with green facilities in the center in Arhangay province. The birthplace of my parents, where children and elderly can enjoy their free time. We are part of nature. Everyone's little act can save the world, save the nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mongolia. And now we have Myanmar. Thank you, thank you.
Minglava, Namaste world, good afternoon everyone.
As a daughter of Myanmar, I cannot look away. I have seen the tear, I have seen the courage. And I want the world to know our people need support. They need safe shelter, they need clean water and hope to rebuild their lives. This is not just a natural disaster, it is a test of humanity. And I believe that with unity and compassion, we can rise again. Myanmar may be shaken, but we are not broken. The recent earthquake has brought even more suffering. But through it all, the people of Myanmar continue to rise with courage, compassion, and hope. That trait is what motivates me, and why I believe our voice must be heard. I am Kisakin, Miss World Myanmar. I am 70 years old, and I came from a country that has seen both unimaginable beauty and heartbreaking struggle. But I stand here not just as a representative of Myanmar. I stand here as a young woman with a mission. Because I believe that even in the darkest times, there is always light. The light is hope, and what I have chosen to fight for. My project, We Build in Hope, is designed to support our children and families affected by earthquake and other disasters. That is more than a relief effort. It is a promise that no child will be forgotten, no family left behind. I just want to sing the poem. ပန်းကလေးများပွင့်တော်မီဖူးရန်ဝင်လို့ရှိနေချီမှာရွှေရီလောင်ငါတို့စာသင်ကြောင်း I would like to say about the poem, the meaning of the poem. My dream is simple yet powerful. To turn every shattered home into a symbol of resilience. To every shine that even in the darkest times, that they are not alone, and to fight for the children to go back to school when flower again. As I read this poem, with deeply sorrow for all the children, as children who died in the earthquake and civil war. Deeply, probably he didn't even realize that they were about to die. Their school uniforms, their school books, and their school bag were stained with blood. I'm really sorry about that. I just want to say to them, rest in peace, little ones. And I also want the people of Myanmar who are watching this live to know that Heal the world, making a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. Forever, make a better place for you and for me. I'm very proud to be a Burmese. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that was great, but you're not supposed to do your audition for the talent at this stage. However, it was well received. Thank you, Myanmar. Please now welcome Nepal.
Beautiful beings, as we come here to share ourselves and a bit of our story, I'd like to introduce myself as simply someone who breathes. I breathe with the trees, the forests, the mountains, the rivers, and with you all. Taking a moment to breathe. So, what brought me here today is perhaps to see if we can rethink what the world means together. Could it include the more than human beings and all forms of life that breathes with us? However, I do not come here as the voice of the voiceless or to empower anyone, for I know deep in my heart that through chirping sounds, through murmurations, through melodies, voices of all forms of life are being heard somewhere. They are speaking. And I know that the moment we are born, especially as women, we are born empowered. It is perhaps the system that could be a little more attentive, that could begin cherishing our autonomy a little more. And maybe we are doing just that right now. The land that we stand here today, of the soil of Telangana, carries a beautiful story of how Dalit women who have been historically marginalized have come together to come forward in the microphone and start sharing their folklores, their melodies, and stories of their soil and seeds. And doing just that, they've revived their eco-cultural heritage. They've begun sharing their stories for the entire planet. Our Beauty with a Purpose, Pancha Pranali, is not just a project, a movement, and carries that very essence. Pancha Pranali is a promise to stay with communities, not to save them or fix them, but to stay with them through their difficult times, through their moments of sharing their strengths and weaknesses and finding the utmost beauty in it. When doing so, we uncovered a beautiful climate action plan living within them. It is only through just one community that this story has uncovered, but there are beyond 50 more indigenous communities and so many more across the world that share this climate framework bound by the 5 elements of life: earth, water, air, fire, space, and... Is there something I missed? Earth, water, space, fire, and air. The one that we need so much to breathe. This framework can be something that is so powerful, especially us as Indigenous women and an environment activist. It can help shape the narrative and go beyond just as a vulnerable country to beyond and say that we are equally the knowledge bearers. Nepal is now a knowledge bearer and not just a vulnerable country. I wish I had another moment with you all to go deeper into how we're combining podcasts, sustainable fashion, and also stories of how we're partnering with the government to share how we're reviving our eco-cultural heritage of Pancha Pranali. But for now, all I would like to say that the impact that a 25-year-old can have is perhaps an important act of simply flipping narratives and shifting perspectives. Platforms like these provide us an opportunities to do just that. And it is not just platforms that provide us an opportunities to inspire others, but platforms equally provide us the space to be inspired. And through this space, I think I've been inspired a lot, and I've learned that purpose lives beyond our project. Well, I've not introduced my name because I want to introduce myself as someone who simply breathes. So Sricha would like to ask you all to take a deep breath. Can you all feel the warmth in your chest, the sense of calmness, the love, the compassion that we all hold deep inside us, that is shared with all forms of life? So that is our purpose. Our purpose lives and breathes deep within us. Our purpose breathes not for, but with all the beings around the world. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nepal. And now, New Zealand.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Samantha Poole, and I'm very proud to represent my beautiful country, Aotearoa, New Zealand. I am someone who believes in the power of resilience and compassion because I was raised by an amazing mother who taught me that I could be anything I dreamed of if I put my mind to it. She works as a special needs speech language therapist for minimally speaking and nonverbal children and adults. I'm reminded every day of how important her work is, as she provides people with a voice. As we've seen yesterday and today, everyone has a story, and every story deserves to be heard. I am so inspired by the strength everyone showed in their vulnerability. I grew up with scoliosis. I was diagnosed as a young girl. Scoliosis is the sideways curvature and rotation of the spine. So I spent many years in a back brace, wearing it for up to 22 hours a day. I was in and out of physiotherapy and hospitals for x-rays. It made me feel different. It made me feel ashamed of my body, and it made me feel alone. But now I know that I was incredibly fortunate to have even been able to receive that kind of care and support when so many others could not. Through my journey, I found my strength, I found my voice, and I found my purpose. I want to help those that cannot or cannot afford that sort of care and support. I want to make sure that they feel seen, that they are heard, and that they are not alone. That was why I started my charity, Annie Bloom. Annie Bloom creates safe, inclusive spaces for vulnerability, for empowerment, and a space to celebrate our differences. We do this by hosting events like fashion shows, like confidence workshops, and school outreaches. Annie Bloom's ultimate goal was to help those with disabilities, both visible and invisible, those who are facing challenges in their lives, and those who feel different. The ultimate goal was to help them bloom through their adversity. We've partnered and worked with many incredible organizations like Zonta International, who I'm a member of. They've supported us by helping with our care packages that we send out to those who are facing those challenges and to those who need a little bit of extra kindness. We've also been supported and helped with the Glass Ceiling Art Collective. They are a charity that supports people from marginalized communities, especially young people with disabilities. Their performances were featured in our fashion shows, and being able to go to their classes melted my heart. Seeing their smiles and their dancing and their singing, despite everything that they're going through in their lives, it was inspirational, and it motivated me to keep going, because I want every young person to know that their difference is not a weakness, it's their superpower. Miss World is a beacon of hope, and if I were to win it, I would love to shine that light on those who feel unseen, on those who are overlooked. I'd love to be the voice for those voiceless, because that's what my Beauty with a Purpose is, helping others bloom, even in the face of adversity. Thank you.
New Zealand. And now we have Philippines.
Mabuhay to our esteemed panelists and to my sisters in this room. I just want to say I love you all so much. Namaste Telangana. Andaraki Shubhadanam. I am Krishna Marie Gravides and I am a 24-year-old Filipina. I come from the Philippines. But beyond the crown, I am a breadwinner. I am the eldest daughter in the family, and I am a proud fur mom of 8 large, silly, wonderfully clingy dogs. Sometimes they smell funny, but cuddling with them, giving them kisses and hugs is my most favorite way to recharge myself. I grew up surrounded by music. My dad and I would bond over guitar sessions, and that's how I eventually learned how to play it. And then later, I joined our church choir, and then I became a worship leader. And then I found out that singing for me is the purest form of self expression. And today I'm just really grateful to be working on producing my own songs, hoping to release all of them this year. And I just want to thank the Miss World organizations for including the Philippines in the top finalists for the talent. I feel like the bedroom and bathroom concerts turned into reality. And but life wasn't always like this for me. I was born and raised in an impoverished community by a family of farmers. And my immediate family and me, we struggled moving from houses to houses because we cannot sustain rent. And we've also experienced eating and sleeping without electricity and water. And it became more difficult for us when my parents decided to separate. And it taught me to navigate life earlier than most. So at 14, I started selling beauty kits and flavored drinks and thrifted bags and clothes, anything that can help my mama. And then I was also a former service crew member at a fast food chain where I learned the value of humility and patience and how to understand people from all walks of life. And later on, I became an advertisement specialist, anything that can help me move forward. And that's why I can humbly say that I am a Jill of all trades. But through it all, there is one quiet dream remained, and that is to become a civil engineer. It is actually my dad's unfulfilled dream, and now I am privileged to pursue it. And also, I've always wanted to restore our 100-year-old ancestral home where I was born, and I grew up, and a place filled with love that was passed through generations. And when I last visited that home, my mama law, my grandmother, looked at me and said, hanlang gayam mo yan titivi niya, posible gayam nga, uri nagapu ka tinapanglaw nga pamilya ang umato ka. In English, that means, I cannot believe this. I only see this on televisions, and it's possible after all that you can rise even if you come from a poor family. And that moment reminded me that I am not just doing this for myself, but also for my family and for every child who believes that their dreams are too far out of reach. That is why I founded Color the World with Kindness in the year 2022 to create safe and nurturing spaces for children to play, to dream, to imagine, and just be children, free from labor, free from unsafe conditions. And through my Beauty with a Purpose project, we were able to help rebuild early learning development centers and also construct concrete homes for the most vulnerable families in our community in Irisan, Baguio City. It instilled a sense of empowerment and education in our youth and in those families. And when I arrived here in Telangana, I was deeply mesmerized by your visionary infrastructures, and that reminded me of the civil engineer that I aspire to be. Not just to build structures, but of strong lives and communities. That is the power of safe space. That is the promise of kindness. And that is the world we help to build with. Just like Lord Krishna, a major Hindu deity, to build a world full of love, compassion, and protection for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. Thank you. And near neighbours now, please welcome Singapore.
Hi. I'm excited. Did you know that nervousness and excitement lights up the same pathway in our brain. Hi, hello world, and namaste India. My name is Delvina Katerina, and I am your Miss World Singapore. I'm a biomedical student, a Sunday school teacher, and a research enthusiast. One of the youngest ever selected in Singapore to work at a renowned firm known as A-Star. My research and real-life experience has taught me something extremely powerful, that when your mental health is neglected, your ability to live, learn, and grow is deeply affected. Your brain cannot absorb knowledge when it is in survival mode, which is why I've dedicated my life towards bridging the gap and being the bridge between neurodivergents and neurotypicals. I don't just want to teach people information, but empower them with the resources, the mental tools, and the emotional support so that they are able to know how to learn, not just learn, but learn how to learn. I have volunteered in many organizations throughout my life, and one moment drastically changed mine. I was helping out a charity known as Mummy Yummy in Singapore, where they distribute food to the less fortunate, the neglected. One day I came across an old man who passed away, unnoticed and alone. Nobody knew he had left. We were the ones who actually discovered him. And that really impacted me. I realized how incredibly lonely it must be to have a life that you're not surrounded by anyone and to not even know you've gone. It reminded me of my grandmother a little. We called her Baby, who had already passed. So that night, I prayed to God. I asked him to please use me as an instrument to create meaningful change that is holistic and not temporary. And then it occurred to me, what if the simple act of giving out food could be something more? A safe space for young and old to come together, to learn and love and heal. Because sometimes we humans don't just crave or not just hungry for meals, but we're hungry for connection, deep connection. And that is when Nourish to Flourish was born. It's more than a meal, it's about a community. Because sometimes we just need to sit with the lonely, uplift the forgotten, and create a space where the young and old feel like they belong, where listening, love, and laughter nourishes the soul. I believe healing happens in a community, that a simple conversation can save lives, and that no act of kindness is ever wasted, and no one too small to ever make a difference. As someone who's dedicated my life to both research and service, I know that you don't have to choose between science and compassion. You can do both. You will do both, as I have been doing both. Because I dream of a world where children grow up not just surrounded by families, but by tribes of love. And where the elderly are not forgotten and no one feels alone. Nourish to Flourish is how I plan to start my family someday, by leading with purpose and uplift and creating strong and sustainable communities that help uplift one another. I don't just want to throw resources at problems, but plant seeds of hope that grow into lasting change. I've worked with hospitals, hospices, schools, Sunday schools. I've always said yes to anything or any cause that involves listening, learning, and healing. And now I say yes to this mission fully with my whole heart, because I dream of a world where we all rise together, where Gratitude and peace is our daily bread, and we dare to believe in one another as we believe in God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now move to Sri Lanka.
Sabba papassa akarana, kusalassa upasampada, sachitta pariyodapana, etam buddhana sasana. These inspiring words are from Dhammapada in Buddhist literature. The meaning is refrain from all evil and cultivate good. And I believe that is my purpose in life. So allow me to share my purpose, my journey, my story with you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ayubowan, Namaskaram. I am Anudhi Gunasekara, and I proudly represent my motherland, Sri Lanka. I'm 25 years of age, and I recently graduated after completing my bachelor's degree in international relations. I have plans to start my master's soon and to join foreign service in Sri Lanka. I speak Sinhala, my native language, English, and basic Tamil and French. Geographically, Sri Lanka is a tiny island that you wouldn't even notice on the map. But the hearts, the hopes, the spirit of my people are anything but small. They are immense. As a country, we've been through a lot, from conflicts to natural disasters, pandemic, and economic crisis. Yet, my people remained hopeful, they remained strong, they remained resilient, and I believe it's that very resilience that propelled me to where I am today. When I was born, an astrologer told my parents that I was put on this earth to challenge stereotypes, to redefine them, to break the norms. And I truly, wholeheartedly believe him today. Because I'm coming from a small town called Anuradhapura. That's the first kingdom of Sri Lanka and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. But ironically, no one expected that someone from Anuradhapura will be the one to carry that heritage to the world, which is what I'm doing right now. And most importantly, I believe the places that are least expected to shine are the ones that hold the brightest light. I'm a proud recipient of free education of Sri Lanka. That means my people have nurtured me, nourished me from my primary education to college education. So I believe in giving back through community service. That's why I founded Saheli, my non-profit organization, to combat period poverty in Sri Lanka. But unfortunately, period poverty is not just an issue in Sri Lanka. It is a widespread problem in many countries. Through Saheli, I provide donations, conduct awareness programs, advocate for policy changes to remove the taxes on scientific products, which is 51%, and also to provide sanitation facilities. And the most important thing to me about Saheli is that we don't just reach out to women that we have easy access to. We reach out to women that society often forgets when it comes to menstrual health discussions, like women in prisons, women in monasteries, and postpartum mothers who go through their first menstruation after childbirth, which could be challenging. And we come from different races, different religions, different nations, but one common thing about us women, we all bleed, and we should bleed with dignity. And that's my goal through Saheli. And one more thing to add before I conclude my speech. We are here to win Miss World, to become the next Miss World. But let me tell you one thing. We are already winners, ladies. We are already winners. We have already won. We are here representing our nation, speaking about our passion, our inspirations, everything. That itself is an achievement. And also, I have to say there are some contestants that I have been interacting and talking to even before they won their national titles. I see Miss USA and Miss South Africa, she's here. I could see how driven they were, how inspiring they were, and how passionate they were, how they were truly the beauty with a purpose, even before they won. That itself shows that you do not need a crown or a title to change the world. And I believe realistically, I wouldn't be able to change the entire world. Not even as a Miss World, I'm pretty sure Christina would agree with me, but the idealist in me believes that I can change someone's world. And I think that's exactly what I will be doing in my life. Thank you so much, Stuti.
Thank you very much, Sri Lanka. Well, just 3 left to go, and the first of those is Thailand.
Swadika. Good afternoon, honorable judges, my sisters, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sushata Shungsi. It is my honor to be standing here representing Thailand. Coming from an international relations studies background, I see that this is not only just a diplomatic event, but it is an opportunity, a chance for all of us to represent our country while speaking up for what we believe in and what we stand up for. Mine is breast cancer. I believe that basic healthcare is not something that only people who can afford it can have it, but it's rather something that's for everyone, regardless of the life they were born into or how much money they have. And that is why I'm standing here today, speaking in the name of them. Back when I was 16 years old, I had a benign tumor removal surgery at my breast. Although it wasn't fatal, the emotional impact was overwhelming. I can still remember the sound of the clock ticking, the coldness of the temperature of the operation room, and the tears running down my cheeks, thinking, the time has come where I walk alone. And then I thought to myself, I'm so scared getting through all of this, despite all the resources, all the support system that I have. And what about those women who have no support system, no resource, not even access to basic healthcare they deserve? That made the way I see breast cancer change completely. It is something that could happen to anyone, even a little girl that I was. When it happens, it's not like one of those alarms that you snooze off every morning. It's one of those where it shakes your soul and the souls of those who love you. In my beloved country, Thailand, more than 1,900 women each year were diagnosed with breast cancer, and almost 5,000 of them couldn't make it. And to take this even further, it took the lives of 670,000 women each year, and it could reach 1.1 million by 2050 if we don't do anything about it. Recently, not long ago, I had a wonderful and informational conversation with a representative of the World Health Organization. But the truth that I discovered was truly sad and heartbreaking. Women in lower income areas are more likely to die from breast cancer, not because the disease is aggressive or unstoppable, but because early detection and treatment is too far away from their reach. It reaches the point where help was too late or help never came for them at all. Even in my country, unfortunately, less than 5% of breast cancer cases were early detected. And behind these stats, it's not just a number, it's a human being, a mother, a sister, a daughter, who means the world to someone. And one day that world could be yours too. And that is why Opal for Her, My Beauty with a Purpose exists. We aim to create not only awareness, but a future where fears and barriers cannot stand between us and our dreams. We've collaborated with the Public Minister of Public Health, the National Cancer Institute, hospitals, private sectors, public sectors, and nonprofit organizations. So far, we have raised more than 1 million Thai baht to support breast cancer system and offering free breast screenings for women across Thailand. Moreover, we created a podcast called Braveheart featuring real-life stories, interviews with doctors, patients, and survivors in order to spread correct information and raise awareness about breast cancer. And most importantly, to let those in the battle know that they are not fighting alone. In the near future, I wish to provide scholarships for medical students because I strongly believe that one dedicated life of a doctor can save hundreds or even thousands of lives. We are building bridges, bringing the local community closer to the national healthcare system, and to ensure that every woman, no matter who they are, no matter where they're from, get the medical and healthcare they deserve. And this is only the beginning. With Miss World, my vision is to expand Opal for Her beyond Thailand, across Asia, across the world, because this is something we owe. We owe it to every woman, to every girl, and to every single one of our future generations. And before I leave, I'd like to give you this breast cancer symbol pin, just as a reminder that your life and the life of people you love is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thailand. Next contestant is Turkey.
Just going to check the microphone. Okay. Hello. Honorable Mrs. Morley, distinguished and esteemed committee of Miss World, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear new friends. My name is İdil Bilgen, and I'm honored to stand before you today as both a doctor and Miss Turkey 2024. Last summer, I graduated from Koç University School of Medicine in Istanbul and achieved my lifelong dream of becoming a physician. I grew up as a daughter of a 16-year metastatic breast cancer patient, and therefore I was very early exposed to the field of oncology. Indeed, I would first like to start by honoring the woman who shaped the core of who I am today, my late mother, Ayşe Bilgen. She symbolized grace, elegance, strength, and resilience. It was impossible not to be inspired by her. After her demise 7 years ago, I knew I wanted to use my medical degree to reach for broader audiences and advocate for early detection, prevention, and screening of breast cancer. Because no family should have to endure the strength, the sorrow, the stress, the burden, and trauma of a cancer diagnosis and loss of a mother to a cancer that is preventable, treatable, and even curable if detected at the correct time. Throughout my training, I collaborated with leading pioneering institutions such as Princess Margaret Cancer Center in Canada and NYU Langone Perlmutter Cancer Center in New York. And there I conducted research with breast cancer surgeons and radiation oncologists, where recently, for the past few years, I've been presenting our findings and publications at international conferences. Before moving to Istanbul, I actually had the privilege of a very diverse upbringing, growing up in various cities across the world. Amid the constant change in my life, one thing never changed, and that was my unwavering dedication to medicine, academic research, and advocacy for women's health. I would like to emphasize the profound role that oncologists play in the lives of their patients. We become companions for both their struggles and their victories, and that is why I am in the field of oncology. As a female physician, I am committed to advancing women's health. 2 preventable diseases continue to remain the top causes of cancer-related deaths in women worldwide. What are they? Yes, indeed, they are breast and cervical cancers. In this age of innovation, we have a remarkable opportunity before us to prevent and intervene before harm is done. Early detection and prevention are no longer distant ideals. They are within reach. As physicians, our mission is clear: the health and well-being of our patients. But let me ask you, are we here just to treat, or are we here to protect, to prevent, and guide? To answer this question, I moved to Kyiv, Ukraine in December 2024 of this year, at a time when the country was at its third year of war. I saw women shouldering the burden of home and homeland. Women roles doubled, responsibilities grew. They had to become men and women. So what does this mean? They actually had to become husband and wife, father and mother, son and daughter. Because as the men and their families went to the front line to serve for their country, women stayed behind, taking on doubling the responsibilities of their families. So for them, their health became secondary. In Kyiv, I partnered with Madame Tetiana Sibia, the esteemed spouse of His Excellency, the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, and the head of the Ukrainian Diplomatic Spouse Association. With Madame Sibia, we held awareness events uniting local NGOs, United Nations agencies, local hospitals, laboratories, and clinics to empower and educate on breast cancer prevention, early detection, and screening. Indeed, soon my mission expanded to cervical cancer upon the request of Ukrainian gynecologists. I actually started collaborating with Dr. Tetiana, who requested to work together, whom I send my kind regards to from here. Together, we delivered seminars on HPV infections, vaccination, Pap smear screening to eradicate cervical cancer in Ukraine. Indeed, the Minister of Health of Ukraine attended one of our symposiums focused on the eradication of cervical cancer. During Cervical Cancer Awareness Month in January, I also remotely collaborated with the Turkish Cancer Society, where we held educational sessions on social media to educate the Turkish people on HPV infections, HPV vaccinations, Pap smear screening, and the importance of early detection of cervical cancer. And I taught about these based on international guidelines from ACS, the American Cancer Society, ACOG, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and the CDC. With all this said, I would like to end on a final note. Being a young woman today means breaking boundaries, rewriting the rules, and embracing every dimension of who you are. A strong education and career does not mean sacrificing our femininity or beauty. Women can be both successful professionals as well as radiant in their femininity and grace. We don't have to choose between professions and the elegance that define us. Women are dynamic blends of ambition and compassion, intellect and elegance. When asked to define beauty, I always return to one truth. Physical beauty is temporary, yet inner beauty is timeless. This is why I see the Miss World platform as a powerful stage, not just for crowns, but for causes. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Turkey. Well, we've met everyone. There's just one to go. So there we are. And of course, that is Vietnam. There we are, Vietnam.
Raise your hand if you have ever dreamed about being a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, or a leader. Yes, me too. I used to share this dream, these beautiful and innocent dreams when I was a child as well. Yet, through an incredible journey, I was crowned Miss World Vietnam 2023, and now I'm here as Miss World. And my dreams
is a voice and an influence to empower and also build up other dreams. Xin chào, hello world, namaste India. I'm Huỳnh Trần Ý Nhi. I'm proudly representing my country, my beloved Vietnam. Currently, I am an international student at University of Sydney, chasing for my bachelor's degree of e-commerce. You know, helping others has always been my core value, instilled into me from my family growing up. And as a Miss World Vietnam, I'm proud to be able to spark change. In my point of view, Miss World represents more than just beauty. It's a great platform for social and purposeful actions. And I am inspired a lot by your commissions, by your commitments about social change in terms of children and education. Have you ever wondered how a simple act of kindness can change someone's future? Today, I want to introduce you to Heart to Head, a project dedicated helping students in need. After a visit to a local primary school in the remote area of Vietnam, we got to know the reality and also the real reasons that discourage students from attending schools. You know, it wasn't just about the rundown infrastructure only, not a dangerous role, but rather the limited jobs opportunities after graduation. The students were disillusioned from their current reality. They didn't dare to dream better. They even didn't dare to dream about a better future or about their career in the future. Even though the access to education is a privilege, not every child has that privilege to believe their education matters. Books aren't just for reading. It's a great and accessible way to travel the world and to see how beautiful the world is. So that's why Heart to Head's goal is to install community book hubs for those students in the remote area of Vietnam. I want to convince every single child that their dreams are worth pursuing. They can choose their own future and making the most of education to become who they want to be. So far, my project has installed over 20 community book hubs across Vietnam. And if I have an honor to become the next Miss World, I would like to grow that worldwide. And even though if I don't have that chance, I still strive for my best and hold the future of Heart to Head. Let's turn the pages of book into dreams and turn dreams into future. And one last thing, I want to take advantage of this moment to say thanks to Miss World Organization, to James, and also to T-Hub location sponsor to let us have this chance to showcase who I am, and also shed light on what we are concerning about, what problem we are facing, or what problem our country, our community are facing, and also to be a part of Miss World family as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vietnam. That's a wonderful finish. Well, that's been an incredible 2 days. I know that people have to do other things at the moment, but we should take a moment to thank all of the contestants in Asia and Oceania. Stand up, please, and receive the support from everybody else. Well done, ladies. Absolutely fantastic. Great projects. And you've done really well. Those are the best presentations I've ever seen. I know for everybody here has been saying throughout, the best presentations ever at Miss World. So congratulations to all of you. And now I think before you go, we have a picture, and then you're going on a bit of an adventure. I think the bus will be leaving at 3, which isn't long to go. For the Asia and Oceania group, you'll be going. The rest, the others will be returning For Asia and Oceania, your bus is on a magical mystery tour. Oh, yes. We don't know where we're sending you. Yeah. But they're going to do a picture before you go, T-Hub. Can we just, before we go, a big thank you to everyone at T-Hub. They've been taking such good care of us. This has been an absolutely fantastic venue. We wish them well. This T-Hub connects the world and connects Miss World to the world. And thank you guys for all your hard work. Right, the picture's in here because you probably heard the thunder outside. Okay, so I think they're going to probably do it on the stage where they got the Miss World sign behind. No. If somebody moves the lectern, they can probably do it there. Oh, they're going to do it up there, right? You're going to